Hi, how is everybody doing? It is super dark in my office right now because we have bad windows, y'all. It is so bad. I walked into here and this hot gust of wind hit me off of the window, and I thought the window was broken, but no, it's just really hot outside. So I've got stuff over it to keep the heat out, and now there's no light in here. So I am coming to you from the dark, which is, after all, my natural habitat. But luckily, you don't have to listen to me rambling on in the darkness all by myself because there's some wonderful people here. There's a cat, Leah. There's Megan McCarthy. There's an Allie Deathridge. How did that happen? There's a Lauren Nettles, and we're not done.
We're abandoned.
Uh-oh.
Charlie! Our fearless leader.
Come back to us. Oh no.
There's a browser crashing, which makes me ever so happy as a good omen for a start of a stream.
Yay!
Yay! Maybe that got it out of the way. I'm like, wait a minute, why am I looking at my project right now? This should be the stream. Where are you? No, seriously, where did you? Where it crashed? Yay! Woohoo! Time for a party, but it wouldn't be complete unless we had Nia. If you can't tell, I've been having a day and a half of it, and I've decided that I'm not going to be working on my editing today because my anxiety is at a fun level that's like somewhere between hugging a prickly pear and getting attacked by a porcupine that's just like cuckooing his way through the rooms. So I am working on other things like some videos and some stuff that I really want to get done in hopes that maybe looking at all of my errors in life will not take me down. So that's what I'm working on today. Let me know what you all are doing in the chat and on screen. How's everybody doing and what are you doing today? Yeah.
I'm working. So we got to get all these renders on the farm for the long weekend because yay, not vacation, but like holiday.
Holidays. Well, I really shouldn't do that.
Places to live.
So help me, Universal Music Group, if you take this stream down because I said like one word from a Madonna song, I will be unhappy.
That happened to me, like literally saying like 4 words. I'm like, seriously?
Yeah. Like,
I'm already monetized, so I have to be really careful because I've heard of people losing the whole thing and having to start all over again. And I'm like, I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, I don't know what it is because on one stream I not only sang a song, but because it was a trailer for a TV show that nobody on the stream had heard of, I played the trailer to, promote the show that people should watch. They flagged me singing the song and blocked the video in all markets. And I'm just like, really? Was I that off key? Was I really that off key? Like, I really don't think I was that bad. Who knows? Maybe I was. So Cat is digging through the wonderful Michigan underworld looking for a place to call, I don't know, home. I don't know.
As long as it's not
A place to put my bed.
Megan, what are you up to today?
I have no idea what I'm up to today. It's going to be a mystery until the sprint start. Because I've got options and I just don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I have a thing I want to talk to y'all about when we finish our introductions because how my brain likes to do these like crazy stupid schemes. I have one and I need to like get a ruling from the council whether or not it breaks my vow. So
Technically, aren't I the council?
yes, technically, yes. So, Hallie, welcome.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here the first time.
If you have not visited Allie's channel, it is amazing. It is wonderful. She streams the same times I do, except for on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And it's a delight. It's a treat. And I will be on HerTuber Tuesday next Tuesday. So
co-hosting. And Megan will be on soon too.
that's exciting. I am.
Yeah.
I am so.
I'm so excited to have you.
What are you going to be working on today?
I'm going to find a book to read on like character development.
Sorry.
I'm not. I love that I'm not even looking. Everybody else's excitement. Glory.
Who else do you get so excited about? Oh.
Where's
So-
the stove?
If I can make a recommendation, because as y'all know, I keep very few books like right next to me constantly because I actually look at them a lot. This is a wonderful book. It is the Writer's Guide to Character Traits. It was written by a psychiatrist and goes into how to develop not only character psychology but group dynamics.
Ooh.
I love
I'm
that
writing
book.
that down.
So
Looking it up
it
now.
Yeah, so it takes people through. It takes you through like the stages of group development. It has an entire like large section on various pathologies that your villains may have and how to write them correctly and how not to write them badly the way that they usually are.
Fair.
But I'm not getting paid. This is not a endorsement at.
If only though.
Yeah, if only. Like, if y'all want to, like, hey, I'm more than willing. But they even took my Amazon affiliate links away because I live in the state, and no one in my state's allowed to have affiliate links anymore. So I can't even do that.
No. What? That's
So
terrible.
It's by Linda N. Edelstein or Edelstein. That's an ecumenical matter.
It really is.
I would
Oh, I
say
found it.
Stein, but I have really enjoyed this book over the years, so much so, and like other authors that I know have liked it so much. I think I actually have 2 or 3 copies of it. We're currently collating all of the books that are in my library to figure out what I have like multiples of. The people were like, Charlie, we'll love this, and like not asking whether or not I already had it. So there will be book giveaways on the stream.
If only there was a database of your library available online for all your friends and family to use to see, oh, what does Charlie have?
Like, I love that people like do think of me every now and then and be like, oh, that says author on it. I'm just gonna buy it for Charlie because that's the one thing I know about them. But there are quite a few books that I have multiples of, so there will be giveaways in the not too distant future, as well as some of the books that I'm not referring to on the regular anymore. But if you're looking for a character trait book,
Oh,
that
thank
one
you.
I highly recommend.
I'll look into it. I have one by Cam Wheeland. I forgot what it's called.
Oh yes,
Yes. I'm gonna read it on my Kindle, my Star Wars Kindle. So.
I've read that one too. That one is also really good.
Oh, cool. Good to know because I already bought it.
I think I have every book K.M. Whelan has published, like for writers, and Tom will just listen to them and then just preach the gospel to me. And I'm like, all right, I'll include it.
We all need that kind of.
I'm trying to train
evangelical
him to
spirit
be
in
a better writer so he can then teach me.
So what I'm hearing from you is that if Tom were set in the right course, he would have the best AuthorTube channel of us all.
Yes, and I have pitched this to him several times, and he has said no every time. So now I'm trying to skirt around by getting him to start a Bookstagram account, so at least he'll review for us.
I can see that. So let's see. Laura's working on the farm. I'm trying to remember who we've missed. Nia, Glory, what are y'all working on?
I am going to be working on my Vela because I want to have as many episodes ready to go as possible. I haven't even uploaded the first one because I'm so nervous. Oh my gosh.
You got this.
You got
I'm
it.
struggling so
It's
much
gonna be
with
great.
how to write the description because I'm looking at this as like a series, not as like an individual story. So I don't want to like just talk about what's going on in the portion of the story that's going on. I want to give people an idea of the whole thing, and then I write like another book. It's just like, no, that's too much for the space.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I struggle with beginnings, and this, because it is a series, I'm like, I really feel like I have to get the start right. Because there's only so much that they're going to read at first. So if I don't get it right, they're like, I don't know where we're going here. So skip.
Yeah,
So
unless they've changed it, I believe
pressure.
the first 3 chapters are going to be free.
mhm.
And then beyond that, it's going to be based off of word count, which I really, really like that it is based off of word count, because then you get an idea of how big the chapter is that you're about to invest time into.
Yes.
But as part of that, I have a spreadsheet that I took a screenshot of that if anybody wants to give you an idea of how long it takes people to read various lengths of word counts, let me know. I can DM it to you.
Yes,
I'm
please.
thinking of doing a video on that topic. But yeah, it's a handy thing to know. Just in basics, short and sweet, the average human reads at about 155 to 160 words a minute. So that on average.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because I'm trying to think of these as like episodes of a TV show.
Yeah, that's
or
exactly how I'm writing mine.
Or a YouTube video. I'm going back and forth in my mind, like, should these be 30-minute reads? Right now I'm defaulting to about 10-minute reads, because I feel like, especially at first, a lot of people are just going to be checking it out and wanting little bite-sized tests to see if they like it. So I'm looking at about 1,600 word chapters for what I'm doing right now. But
I know that in the late 80s, magazine editors crafted the bigger magazine articles to be the length it takes for someone to have a notable poop. So, and like, I mean, they did not say it so eloquently, but that was what I was told, because when I was a child, I wanted to grow up and be a magazine editor, because I heard that they had 4-hour lunches. And I was like, oh, by that point, the work day is a breeze. That was my
4-hour lunch break. That's an
plan
admirable
at 10. Yeah, that was my master plan. And so I studied everything I could, and I talked to any magazine editor my family could find, which surprisingly a lot came through our town. And that was their main advice, is write in the time it takes someone to take a leisurely time in the bathroom, because that is what magazine editors aim for, since once they're done with their business, they will put the magazine down even if they haven't finished the article. And that was what I was told. So I would assume about 5 to 30 minutes, depending on the kind of reader you're looking for.
And also, I know for Medium, the data is quite clear. People on average read about 800 to 1,200 words in a sitting. And if it's over 1,200 words, they often don't go back.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how that data is going to correlate to other to this service.
Yeah.
But I
It's
do
like
know
the
for
minimum is 800 words, I think.
yeah, the minimum is 800. So
Yeah. I was thinking of aiming for 1,000 to 1,200 words per chapter. And then if the first 3 are free, then I can kind of get a gauge on, do they want more, or is that too much for the type of short stories?
because they keep talking about how much engagement we can have with our readers through this, like that's their like selling point to authors, is like a new way to make money. Be more engaged with your readership. I'm hoping they give a good comment system that we can moderate. Moderation is important. As a queer writer, moderation is so important to comments.
Yeah.
But I really hope that that's the case, because then if they're like, I really, really like this story, but I wish it was longer, or I wish it was shorter, we could get that understanding from the readers themselves. Because that's the kind of feedback I love when I did serials in the past, is finding out that the stories I was writing were a little short for the audience that was actually buying my serials. And so as they go on, they get a little bit longer. And so for anybody who's actually bought my book, Fate's Horror, that's available, that's actually a collection of one of the serials that I was doing at back when. The other one I have not republished because I love it so much, and I was not a good enough writer to have written it at the time, and I want to rewrite it and make it better. So,
Oh, that's a
I feel
big
you on
right
that.
there.
Yep, I feel that.
like, it's creepy, but it should be terrifying. And I want to get that emotion right. Like, people really liked it. I'm glad, but I wanted it to give people nightmares, and it didn't quite get there. So it needs to be ghost written by Laura. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you ghost write all of our stuff?
Oh, there we go. That's the master plan.
I was in the comments of the Troublemakers live stream this morning, and they were talking about how they love the word honey in descriptions. And so I gave them my one where the kid is eating bugs and the exoskeletons explode in his teeth and the innards ooze like chunky honey over his tongue. It's like, you ruined it! Ah! Yes! Success! Their faces were purely grossed out, and like, I have succeeded as a writer.
Yes,
Oh, yes.
yes, the true goals.
That's awesome, Laura.
Alrighty, let's
Yellow.
see. Let's get a quick look at who is in the chat. Hello, Mindy. How are you doing today? I have to say, I don't know if it's the Anakin or the Hayden Christensen, but I do appreciate the.
It's the hair.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Love a good head of hair.
Hello, Jenny. How are you doing today? Hello, CB. Prince tribute concert.
Ooh,
Oh,
Nice.
yes.
living the
All
high
hail the
life.
purple one. May one day Nicolas Cage take us back to the dimension ruled by David Bowie and Prince, who they left us to return to because we are not worthy of them. Please,
Yeah.
please,
Yes.
please.
Yes.
I don't remember who
Yes.
started that conspiracy theory, but I'm here for it all the way. All the way. Hello, Diana, and that cute little Alexander face. Oh my goodness.
Aw.
Every time it makes me
Every
happy.
time.
Happy Friday to you. Hello, Maggie. How are you
Maggie.
doing today? I hope the winds are with you. By the way, I have been sharing the pictures of that mask you made for me with everyone. Like literally with everyone. I am so excited and can't wait to see all of the people explode when they realize that I have roosters on my face.
Okay, when you said
Right.
mask, my brain automatically went to like the Witch King of Agmar mask. I was like, wait, what?
That would be awesome too.
I'll
Yeah.
just-
I see Megan doing the double duties in the chat. Let's see. I am in. Ooh. So Michael's still
Michael
going?
has some
That-
interesting riddles.
Oh. Hello, Petra. How are you doing? Long time no see. I hope everything is going well. Hello, Mr. P. How's everything going at Jim Bob's? How are the pineapples? Are they on sale? I need to know. I need to. I just got in the mood for a third gaming model. Ooh, third game model. That's
3D.
3D.
Yeah.
3D.
Ooh.
3D. Okay.
That's exciting.
I love doing stuff like that, and Laura's so much like
Oh, there you are.
more of an expert.
I'm
than
not
I
a
am.
modeler. I'm a lighter.
Yeah, it's a.
It's just a
If you
lighting.
can actually do this well, like more power, like all hail and praise to you, because
My official title is Key Lighting Artist. So
when I was going through the classes to learn how to do all this, because they basically made us learn everything like a 101 to see what we had aptitude and desire to continue learning, and then focus in on that. Like, I was okay at the rotoscoping. I actually rather enjoyed rotoscoping. There's something quite oddly like fun about outlining something. I don't know. I used to like to do connect the dots as a kid, and it's kind of like adult connect the dots, I guess. I don't know.
we outsourced all of our roto work.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh,
because
jeez.
hell.
But my
That's what I heard.
our creature designer was one of the lead designers for the Star Wars movies, and if that wasn't enough for me to like have all the nerves, but like he literally commented on one of my projects that I turned in. Oh, sweet child, you're trying, and I was shattered. Like, I don't know what that means. Like,
That's
I
the
don't.
worst.
One teacher
Hey.
told my mom she can't draw and won't draw ever since. It's like
Aw.
Oh,
I do little drawings in like the cards that she sent. I'm like,
Oh,
they're so cute. They're a liar. You can do
Yeah.
this, mom.
oh.
And tracers just don't get enough love. Like, it's
So
great
true.
to trace. That's all rotoscoping is. And
Mhm.
it's so hard because tracers don't become professional because they're
Unless
like, you're
they
just a
become
tracer.
inkers.
And like in betweeners, like so much work.
Mhm.
It's officially a stream. Devin is here. Hello, Devin.
Devin.
Hello, Eva. How are things going?
Hello.
Hello, Nora. How are you
Hi,
doing
Nora.
today? I hope all is well with you. You won't be here in a week after next because that is the day of the first vaccine. Yay! I'm glad you
I get
finally
mine
got
tomorrow.
Yay!
my first
Oh, that's so exciting.
That is so cool. I can't wait till everyone is vaccinated, and I have. Let's be honest, this much less to worry about because I'm a warrior.
Yes, but it is at least one less thing to worry
I'm-
about.
I may have been scouting out houses to rent for like writing retreats. Like, I want this to happen next year.
Yes.
That would be
We
amazing.
have to.
I'm working on fixing a snack right now, and then you'll be working on Project Spider. I can't wait. I can't wait for this story. Big fan of as you are of Tony Stark. I am of Spider-Man. I have so much love in my heart, except for that time that he accidentally destroyed the universe because he made a deal with the devil because he wanted to bring his wife back to life. That was a whole thing. Not a fan of that. But other than that, I like Spider-Man. Certification tests.
Ooh.
Those
I
are the most
saw like
nerve-wracking.
Praxis books. Like, best of luck, dude. I've taken 2 Praxis, and I
Those-
thought I would die in both, but I passed.
Oh, maybe
So
she's
nerve-wracking.
seen this one.
Thank you for sharing Allie's channel,
Allie
Devin.
love.
That makes me so happy. Hello, Clatcha. How are you doing? Lucky belly users. Well,
Oh, I know. Yeah. That's
let me
not
just say this.
cool.
we're not lucky. We're guinea pigs. We're
Yeah.
the guinea pigs. They're going to make all of the mistakes here,
Mhm.
which means it will either take off or not take off here, and then they will take what they learned here and do it elsewhere. Because I really, truly believe that Vela is intended to take on Royal Road, which is really big around the world and is a place for people to write serialized fiction, primarily web novels and light novels, and they can monetize it through various techniques there. The more I see from them, the more I feel like this is an international play, which is why they're testing it here, because we don't have that experience of using something like Royal Road that much. So, but it really feels. I feel like they're trying to
Also-
go for the light novels.
Them having it in Amazon is opening up to people who don't traditionally look for this type of fiction or
Mhm.
this type of reading content
Mhm.
because a lot of people with Kindles are so used to just books.
My
And-
concern with Vela, though, is I have been asking various e-reader people around town, and none of them have heard of Vela yet. And
Yeah, because
so they
only
don't
the
know
authors
what to
have.
look for. So
Yeah.
that is my concern: is they're not doing promotional, get excited, yet marketing, and that is my concern. I'm
Yeah,
still going
Yes.
to be a part of
Yeah.
Vela. I just am
I
like,
think they're waiting to see that they actually have content in and before they actually do any hard promotion. At least that's what I think that they're doing. Like, let us know, get your stuff ready, and then we're gonna hopefully advertise a lot before they just open it.
My biggest concern is that this is going to go the way of Kindle Scout. Does anybody remember Kindle Scout or
I've
Words by
heard.
Kindle? Which I don't think anybody ever heard of that one either. That was their Wattpad killer,
Mhm.
where it was just like Wattpad. It was a complete clone of Wattpad that was at words.amazon.com that they never promoted. Nobody knew about it. I used it for a little bit. It was fun. I kind of liked it. It had a really good tool where you could just click make Kindle book, and it would just shove it over to your KDP when you were done.
that's
It was
awesome.
kind of neat, and they killed it because they never promoted it and nobody knew it was there. And I get the concerns. I
Yeah.
have them as well.
Especially because with marketing, you want to get started as early as possible to get
Mhm.
people interested. The later you wait, the harder it is to get that initial push that you need. You know, it usually takes months of preparation to get that viewership that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, they do not offer fan fiction. I'm hoping that they learned from their experiment with Kindle Worlds. Does anybody remember that?
Nope.
Where they actually allowed for professional fan fiction on Amazon. and they're going to maybe eventually parlay that into allowing people to do semi-pro fanfic on this as well, because they did shut down Kindle Worlds as well.
So how would that work? Because there's some authors that don't even like free fanfic. Now you're getting paid to do fanfic off their work. How are they going to be
in the
okay
same way
with this?
Redbubble does, where they sign contracts with various companies? So, for example, they had a deal with Mattel. So all of the Mattel properties, as long as you followed the licensing agreement that was on the site, you could publish and make money off of your fan fiction for all of the Mattel products.
That's awesome.
The Vampire Diaries was up there for a long period of time. So was Pretty Little Liars, and they made contracts with them directly, so that that could be up there. Saga was on there. G.I. Joe was really big on there for a while. I know I have a friend of mine who made a lot of money
Don't eat my
writing
head.
G.I. Joe fanfic. And I do not bemoan that at all. So hopefully that'll be a thing.
Hello, baby.
So cute.
Oh, that face.
Adorable.
I miss having guinea pigs.
Is that Parker or Paris?
This one's Paris.
Hi, Paris.
Little sweetheart.
Is Paris the one that's getting bullied all the time?
Yeah. But she also tries to bite me. Parker has never tried to bite me.
She has a lot to work on.
So I have to like pay attention to her to make sure she doesn't try to nibble on me.
So tasty.
So, hello, Greg. How are you doing? I do promise we are going to be doing sprints in just a second, but of course, this is what we were waiting for. Jim Bob's is having a buy one pineapple, get one pineapple flavored. Ooh, shaved ice cream.
I mean, that sounds like a great deal to
Definitely.
me.
Definitely.
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah, sounds great.
And hello, Tom. How are you doing? We're not totally plotting what your future is going to be at all.
Oh, no, I already am. I made it very clear. He needs to start writing that coming of age queer YA that I outlined 3 years ago, and we will collaborate about that.
I thought we were getting Tom to do the Bookstagram. Bookstagram.
Oh,
If
he's
we
got a
say it
lot to
enough.
do.
Yeah, okay. So we're just making a list, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
Take it back.
All
He's
righty.
supposed to do the Bookstagram while he's doing food delivery.
Okay.
So
So,
he's not doing food delivery. It's time to write. That's what I'm saying.
it is time for the Party Princess timer because, I don't know, I'm feeling it today.
Stripey
Still,
purple.
I'm sticking with
Oh,
the Queen of
Tried to nibble
I
on
call
my
her the Queen of
fingers.
Hearts.
Ooh, I want to be the pink hair.
I like the yellow dress. Like, she looks so gorgeous.
It's technically orange.
Is it?
Is it orange?
We're starting this
Man.
again. No, we're not starting this again. This is not.
So the one with the yellow hair, is that pink? That's pink. And
Yeah.
the stripe one,
Technically
the stripe one is
You
red.
should move, really. Yeah. Okay.
So
Don't
the
look
stripe
me.
one is
I'm
red.
just gonna eat my croissant. It's
Salmon.
everything.
Salmon is technically both pink and orange. So technically it's
The light is
orange.
green.
I'm just gonna be over here eating.
No, it's yellow.
That's how I.
The light is green.
But your light is
I feel like every time we go through this, I'm in that episode of Star Trek where Picard was captured by the Cardassians and he was asked how many lights to see. Like, I really, like,
The answer is F you.
there were 4 lights. Anyhow, yes, I'm going with my beauty with the heart crown. I'm editing a video right now, and hopefully I will be done with that, and then I can ask my question about rule violations of the No New Project thing. But let's get started on this. Make sure that you have something to hydrate with. As usual, I have my caramel apple tea because I have to. I love it. It's like I get really sad when we forget to order it. It is my heart. Make sure that you are taking care of yourself. And if you don't feel like writing, remember, self-care is productivity for writers. So if you need to daydream, that's where new story ideas come from. So feel free to do that. All right. Let's get started on the sprint in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Get to the unicorn.
Vin.
Come on, girls, up to it.
Wow, they did like just line up for
Oh.
it.
They
Oh,
did.
It's mine. It's mine. Oh,
Good for you, sweetheart.
Yay!
Every time.
So
it's the first time.
that was a sprint and a half. I've almost finished the video. I'm really excited. I'm doing a lot of things in this one where I'm using I'm putting text on the screen, and I didn't want just boring things, so I'm using like the templates for like the end credits so that they scroll up as I'm reading them, and it does not want to format the text right, and it's been taking forever to get those done, but I've got all of them done. I'm literally like about to go into the outro, and then the video will be done, so I'm very excited. This is for my, I guess, third channel. This is for the Wisdom's Cry channel, because I was smart and actually know what the videos I want to do every week for that channel, because I planned them out. I need to do that for the other ones. Yeah, definitely do. How did everybody else do? Let me know in the chat, and let me know on screen.
Strawberry tea.
Nice.
Ooh.
Nice.
Lovely.
I went through a few more properties. I'm done with them for the night because, yeah. Also, one of them that I wanted to schedule a tour for, so I got a message that said they didn't have any viewings, but fill out this thing. And on the thing, they want me to send them a picture of my ID to confirm my identity.
Oh, no.
No, I'm
No.
not sending you a picture of my ID.
Really shady.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
I don't like that at all. Like, I can think of
Sketch.
Yeah, I can think of 6 reasons off the top of my head that a random person would want an ID, and none of them are wholesome and kind and good. Like,
So,
not a single one.
And the least worst one is just for prejudice reasons.
Yeah.
The least worst.
Yeah.
And that's still terrible.
and
so-
like it's just for a showing
Right.
or a viewing.
Yeah.
Like, why would you need to confirm my identity for that?
It's not like
Yeah.
you're doing a credit check yet.
Yeah, the only time I've had to give her my ID to tour is when they gave me the key to let me tour it
Yeah.
myself.
Which kind of makes sense. Like,
Yes.
they give you a key to the building.
Yeah.
They're like, here, we have their ID.
Of ours.
They are, yeah.
We want to
But-
make sure you are who you are, but yeah.
Yeah, that is. I feel all of the sketchiness in that. So, Megan, did you figure out what you were doing? Or Twitter?
So I spent some time on Twitter, and then I made a social media post on Canva. So that took a while to create. So
Yeah.
making progress on things.
Did it use
I
the
have-
cutie we were talking about earlier?
What?
Did you use the cutie we were talking about earlier?
The hippo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used the hippo.
Nice.
I can't wait.
But I have like a list here of things I need to do, and half of them are crossed off, and most of them were like the fun things. So now I have like things that are actually going to take work. Like, oh man, brainstorming. That's a big one.
Mm.
Feel this all down in my soul. How are you? How did you do, Allie?
Oh, well, I found the book I wanted to read by K.M. Whelan, but I didn't start it because I went downstairs to check on my parents' cat, and I was like, oh, dishes, laundry. Oh, there's 3 minutes left. So,
That's a mood right there.
yeah, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to read character, what is it called? Creating Character Arcs by K.M. Whelan.
That is a good book.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
really
That is a
excited.
very good book.
Yes. And I'll start in the next sprint since
Yeah.
the last one got away from me.
So, Laura, you said strawberry tea, and
And I
am
pulled out my
so-
great grandmother's.
Oh, gorgeous.
Oh,
Nice. Oh, so pretty.
These
That
are
is-
what I inherited from my great grandmother.
Aw, that's
Oh,
That is
wow.
so pretty.
Bone china.
I think my package is arriving with the bedding for me so I can clean the girls' cage because they ran out of bedding, and the last time I cleaned their cage, thankfully it arrived today because I want to clean their cage tomorrow.
I'm not bitter about packages. I don't know why mine is still in California. Like it's been in California all week, y'all. You can put it on a truck, a plane. I really don't care. Just let me know where it is. I've got friends that can pick it up and ship it to me through somebody else that's better at it. Like,
They can just drive it to you themselves.
I need my plushie. I need my plushie. I was supposed to be throwing potatoes at people anyway.
You ordered a potato cannon?
No, I ordered the Jamie Dodger plushie.
Oh,
And-
yes.
Yeah.
You can throw at people.
Yeah, because he calls his fans spuds, so it's holding a potato that magnetically attaches to his hand, and so you can pull off the potato. And I'm just like, this is going to be a weapon, right? Like anytime you say something annoying, I'm just going to pop the potato off and woo, like whiz a potato across the room.
Nice.
The hubby just smiled and went, "Yeah, but it won't hurt as bad as a real potato." I was like, "Yeah."
Less
People get
doable.
mad when you throw real potatoes at them.
I'm just saying, in the early years of our married life, it was not like all wedded bliss. He once threw a couch at me, so.
Oh my gosh.
That is not the first person I know who's ever thrown a couch. But can I just say that the only other person I know who's ever thrown a couch, it was at their son. It was a woman threw it at her son. Was also of the same cultural descent as Brian. So is that a thing?
I'm wondering. I mean, not so you like think that he's like got some incredible Hulk powers. I mean, he's got like weird atavistic muscles and stuff. But we had a couch that weighed, I swear, 2.5 pounds. It was made out of some like futuristic foam. Like you could. My niece, what was she at the time? Like 12 years old, could like pick it up and move it around, and she was like, "I am," like she was Wonder Woman. Like she would come over to the house and like walk around with the couch, and we're like, "You need to put the couch down. You're gonna break the TV or the stereo. You need to put the couch down." She's like, "But I'm Wonder Woman." I'm like, "Yeah, put the couch down."
Now bench it with
this
me
was a
on.
125-pound couch
Yeah.
that she threw at her teenage son. She was the meanest woman I know in real life, but she was also the best sandwich maker I've ever met in my entire life, and that is saying something. I live in the Deep South where sandwiches are delicious.
I'm just saying, I've found in my life that those two often go together.
Well, okay, what is it about mean people and sandwiches?
I don't know. I don't know.
Hey guys, do you have enough
Why
bedding
is
for the
that
girls
that
for a while?
way? The second best sandwich maker I know was also incredibly mean.
Wow.
That's a lot.
I don't know
of
that that's
high.
enough. You need like a bigger bale.
That's the same size I get for the bunny.
So Nia, how did you know faring on that?
I didn't
I
realize it was that
went
big.
and got something to drink, and I'm going to now make myself some tea because Laura has inspired me. I'm like, I must have tea, so I'll do that at the beginning of the next sprint. And then I wrote a page. So
Nice.
Hey,
Good job.
Very nice word.
Nice.
any forward momentum is great. Like
Yes.
as somebody who has struggled with depression their entire life, you just move a millimeter forward. Yay! It was a good day. It was a good day. That millimeter was hard fought and earned. So like, I am all for any and all momentum.
That was a big. I didn't realize how big of a bag I bought.
Oh, when it fluffs up even more once you.
Yeah,
open it and get it out.
I think it should last until
Is that at
I
least a
move.
month, right? At least.
Hopefully, because normally I buy the ones that are like this thin,
Oh, okay.
like, and they'll be this tall.
I'm going to suppress my bitchiness for a minute because I'm just like, if worst comes to worst, we'd always build a house out of straw from all the stuff that's in there. And then, of course, green jelly started playing in my head because I'm of a certain age, and all I can hear is an angry man screaming, little pig, let me in." And my life is complete now. So, Glory, how did you do?
I ate a croissant, which some of you may or may not have seen me do. You cannot eat a toasted croissant with dignity.
No.
So I did not.
No.
It was delicious. I also I posted on Instagram and Twitter about the stream, and I tagged you all because I now can.
Nice.
So
I am learning social media. I'm so proud.
One of our chefs may have done something to irritate me, and I may have told him that he is required to make pain au chocolat. So like he hates making any croissant based anything because lamination is a thing.
Yes.
And like I was like, this is perfect. Like we've got a brunch coming up, and I think we need to serve penne chocolat at the brunch. I mean, I just think you should make it because you're really, really good at it. And that's the sad thing is he knows he should be a patisserie. Like he is so good at making them. He just absolutely hates everything about the brunch.
I mean, like having that one last week that was like filled with dark chocolate ganache. I was like, oh, you can do this? Because I've only had like the bars of dark chocolate in the croissant.
Same.
But ganache, it was creamy. You could spread it. It was decadent.
I like anything you can spread.
It was so amazing.
Emmy on her wonderful
Sleep
channel.
there.
What is it? Emmy Made in Japan, I think is the name of the channel. Is she made what's it called? Wool bread, which is basically this. It's like basically like the same way you would make any milk bread, or it's almost the dough reminded me of like a sticky buns kind of a dough, but you roll it out, and then she put chocolate in the middle of it, and then you roll it back up and cook it up, and she's like ripping pieces of this bread with this oozy gooey chocolate all over it, and I'm just like, yes, please, I'll get some. Sweetie, have you ever heard of wool bread? That might be a really good thing to have at the restaurant.
Just a thought.
Just
a thought.
saying. And Tom came back because he's waiting over here till a good food delivery order comes in. So Tom's over here chilling.
Hi, Tom.
Hi.
Oh wait, and we have a Chandra!
Hey!
Brady Bunch. No pressure, but like if anybody's like bored and wants to be on camera, we'll have a full baked Brady Bunch, and
I could give you a guinea pig cam.
Ooh.
How are you? I wish you could actually do like one of those as one of the little things. Well, actually, I guess you'd have to go through the link. Yeah.
Yeah,
I can just set it up on my phone.
I used one of my phones, one of the phone I'm not using anymore, because it still has Wi-Fi. You can just hook it up, and that was what I used my crochet phone.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it that way when I do mine. I'm like, that's so much easier. The way
I would love to see you draw, just like live streaming drawing with like an extra phone cam or something. Well, because I like to see people's faces, but I also want to see what they're doing.
Yeah.
I second this. Okay.
I'm just throwing that out there. Just any old phone you have hooked up to your Wi-Fi totally works on StreamYard.
Yes. All right. So, yes, I have three.
And I got this for $20 on Amazon, and that's what I hook to the desk.
Yeah.
It just plugs in.
Yeah, my daughter just told me to get one of those.
It also doesn't matter that the phone. Yeah, it also doesn't matter that the phone dies really fast because you don't need sound for that one. You just need the video so you can leave it charging.
Yeah, I just left it plugged in yesterday, and what I do to mute it is I use an extra pair of headphones just plugged in so that I won't get an echo when I stream. I mean, hi, low tech. Yeah.
Low tech is the best high tech. I'm just saying.
Yeah, also I don't have money. So
I love making things work for no money.
I gotta jack this thing up.
I want to say that I came up with this organically, but usually it's because I'm the queen of over engineering. So
yeah, Eva, I'm desperately trying to run 3 channels on the YouTubes. I have this one, which I do writing stuff and occasionally videos, mostly streams. I have my music channel over at called Project Shadow, where I am desperately working on a new song right now that I am not giving myself time to actually work on, but there is stuff being made for that. I'm also probably going to move my pop culture stuff over there because nobody cares about it on this channel.
He's sitting on the unicorn. I may or may not have the box that the guinea pig bedding came in, sitting on my bed.
Look at that tiny little baby.
So cute. I love
They're
it.
so cute.
Those ears are pulling in Canadian
His ears will sometimes go like this.
Yes.
Yes.
It's like, yes, flap your ears, please. I want
Yes.
to see you fly.
You want to see bigger ears? Chihuahua Dachshund mixes, Chiweenies.
So apparently he is
Radar
actually a purebred Chihuahua, like the trait that is normally mixed with another breed, which is the normal Chihuahuas you see, actually. He actually got only the Chihuahua gene.
Yes.
Which is actually apparently more rare.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because
get the,
Chihuahuas
like,
actually
only Chihuahua
independently developed themselves in the Chihuahua Mountains, which is actually kind of interesting, like for a dog to do.
Wow.
Yeah, they're really fascinating, and they're so sweet. Like they're naturally sweet dogs.
He's not aggressive. Like every Chihuahua besides him that I've met, and besides my dad's boss's Chihuahua, like they've all been mean.
Yeah,
he is just shy.
Yep.
He barks at you once he knows you.
And Eva, the third channel is my newest one. It's called Wisdom's Cry, where I talk about spirituality, mysticism, and meditation. And that's actually what I'm working on a video for right now.
I admire you, Charlie, for being able to do multiple channels. I was like, screw the algorithm. YouTube's just going to hate me because I'm just putting on one channel. I cannot.
We will see how well I manage multiple channels. But I really, because I
will be your assistant. Just pay me.
Most of my pop culture stuff is more about like the plot and the writing. So I feel like it belongs on this channel. But anytime I mention Star Wars and Marvel or any of the shows or books that I'm reading, like that video gets like 9 views, if that. And then the other videos get a lot more. And it's like, okay, I get it. That just needs to be its own thing.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of it is that they don't show them to people because every time I mention, like I did a video on X, like the videos I was doing about the Witcher books. And people are like, you did videos about the Witcher books? Yes.
Yeah, they never came across my timeline.
I did.
Yeah. I never got a notification.
I love The Witcher, so I
them.
would have loved to watch those.
Yeah, like nobody saw them.
So. I'm really over algorithms at this point.
Yeah, I'm over it. I'm like, I don't care.
Like, it was nice at first, but also as a creative, that's kind of how we create. We learn new things and we're like, oh, let me take a little piece of that and let me add that in here and let me add some of this. It's like cooking, except for I don't cook, but not the point. You need a little bit of variety to go in what you're making, so it'll be interesting and fun.
Yeah, I'm waiting for next month when I do my first 6 months reading and then my future 6 months TBR, so that my algorithms can get all jacked up again, and YouTube will be like, but I thought you were author too, but now you're doing books. Like, yes, that's what's happening right now.
So, like, the algorithm must hate me when I actually am going to post all of the different things that I want to be posting, because I'm potentially going to be doing reviews and not just reading. And I do games, AuthorTube stuff. I want to do technically BookTube stuff. I want to do cooking stuff. Technically, I should have like 5 channels.
Same. I'm like, I put down a lot of my gaming. Like, I just do like little tips and stuff for The Sims because it gives me a chance to play because I don't have a lot of time. So I'm like, oh, if I do a tutorial on something, that gives me an excuse to play The Sims.
Oh, yeah. I thought about starting a Twitch channel just so that I can make sure I get to play video games. Because I know if I make a schedule, I'll do it.
I've pretty much, well, I guess I should say Spence has pretty much talked me into the fact that I need to be doing game streams on Twitch. Because
you do.
Please do.
Spence is kind of my overlord right now, and I'm looking for ways to pay her for all of the, she's currently managing my
existence, and I'm here for it. I don't think Twitch cares as much either.
Yeah, no.
Because, Twitch is like, do whatever you want. YouTube's like, no, have 9 channels. And it's like, I don't wanna.
And then I'm going to take your streaming away because I think you're 12.
Ooh, that is so exciting. I am so excited. And somehow you still got 296 words.
Isn't she amazing?
Wow.
Oh, she was just sending me. She found a new tarot deck on Amazon, and it's yarn themed tarot.
Excuse me.
Oh my goodness.
Would you like me to share the link with you? I will put it in the Reddit chat.
That feels like it should be a thing.
Is it Yarn Tarot for crocheters, knitters, spinners, and weavers?
Yes.
Okay, I was gonna say, did we find another one? Is this like a whole subgenre of tarot that one of us knew about? Because
I'm like, yes.
I have encountered a few of those recently that I did not know were subgenres. Kind of like
for one of the book about a book anthology thing, I think you should write about a character who is journaling about yarn-related gossip and a beef with a neighbor.
Okay, there actually is a lot of yarn and handicraft-related gossip down here in South Mississippi. Because we only live like a half hour away from an alpaca farm, and oh my God, the drama. And it's not the alpacas.
Is that an angel knitting? Is Temperance an angel knitting? No, he's spinning wool into yarn.
Wow.
Yeah, he's spinning wool into yarn. The art in here is beautiful.
Isn't that? I mean, it's so like iconography, you know, like Catholic iconography. It's what it looks like to me. It's
like that is just yes. Okay, that
knitting needles.
You didn't know, but you need this.
Yes.
And the wands are crochet hooks.
Yes,
Why did I not guess?
Yep.
Like I feel like I should have guessed. This is
yes.
So
beautiful.
Yes, this is.
Why does that look like? No, nope. Not gonna do it.
Yeah, when you cross the wands. Okay.
Now you know how I feel all the time, Chandra. She's like, I've got no.
You know in the cartoons where the words come out and they catch it and shove them back in.
If only I could do that, my life would be so much better. Like I that little part of my brain that says don't say things died in 1994. Like I can name the moment that it happened, and the exact time, space, and who I was talking to at the time. And so it is so hard for me to consciously monitor the words before they come out because my filter is so dead. My filter is so dead. And
he's just so tired from filtering, Charlie.
I never really noticed that my filter is broken until I accidentally somehow end up in a church or a child walks by. And then I'm like,
like I said, I know the exact moment that it happened because I'm really sure that I killed a part of my brain because there was a sharp stabbing pain about right here, like on the inside of my head, but like I could just feel like right there, and then just like I am not holding back anymore ever. Like, I turned into the verbal Hulk of rage and indignation, and that's the day I also learned that I can start a fire with a backhanded compliment into dried twigs. So,
truth.
My house mama was so proud.
Stir that pot, Chandra.
She was so proud.
Logan.
Wonderful.
591 words.
Well done, DB.
That's awesome. Catching words.
I don't trust you, sir. Lay on the unicorn or get on the bed.
So now we know what kind of mom Cat's gonna be.
Oh, I'm evil.
Well,
like everyone thinks that I'm the nice aunt. Like when my nieces and stuff are around and stuff, I'm like, oh no. I'm the one that I just have to say a word just right, and they all scatter.
I feel like that's ideal.
Their mothers can't do that. Like, I have more of a mom voice than my one sister.
I don't think I've ever been to a family meeting where either my brother or one of my sisters didn't pull me aside ahead of time, slam me up against the wall, and go, "These are the things you are not going to say to my child today," because. You just gotta get in there and stir sometimes because, they start like picking on you and the buttons that you can press, and they don't like me teaching their children the buttons to press on them. Like I did this to my cousin because.
Okay, so when I was trying to write a children's book for my nephew and illustrate it and stuff, my family kept saying, "Too dark. Nope, that idea's too dark. Nope, too dark." I'm like, what the heck?
What do you mean?
I was going to do a retelling of Vincent, the Tim Burton short.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Oh my!
So
I need to see that.
it's on YouTube.
I know the feeling. And hello, Melissa. I have
Melissa's
seen
my
you.
in-person friend.
I was about to say, I have seen you over on Allie's channel. I have not seen you over here. I hope you have fun. And don't forget to like and subscribe down below because YouTube hates me. And I have to say, the feeling is mutual. So
Oh. Melissa streams 3 mornings a week as well. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and
Ooh.
Fridays.
that is
cool. Morning.
awesome.
Good stuff.
You know, speaking of hating YouTube, YouTube keeps unsubscribing me from the same person periodically.
Same.
Yeah,
And
that
it's-
just happened to me.
Okay, the same person. And I go watch their videos and comment all the time, and then I won't see anything, and then they'll comment on one of mine, and I'll click over to go check on them, and it'll be like, "Do you want to subscribe?" Yes. Anyway.
Can I just say, I have aught against potato guns because when my transcript accidentally got sent to a Baptist Bible college because the universe wants me to live in Ohio and I refuse. I got to see very bad things happen with a potato war that was going on campus, and let's just say broken jaws and noses were involved.
Yeah.
They meant it. Like, what they were having a literal potato war. Like, they were not just like firing potato guns. Oh, there was violence. There was violence, and that's when I just went, wait a minute, this is a Baptist school, right? Okay, on point. I just moved on because, yeah, relatable. But yeah, that. Don't ask me how I know that can do a lot of fun things to a brick wall, but you may want to ask my husband at some point.
I feel like the only Baptists I know are snake handlers, but not the fun kind.
Yeah. I mock Baptists a lot because I grew up Baptist, and it's mostly out of self-loathing and, hatred for parts of my family. But
Yes, I want Culver's.
oh, that just, I don't know why that filled me with joy, but yeah. Yes, all the joy. Don't unless you really want to.
You get an order?
That's the best advice I can give you. It's like making puff pastry, but harder.
Bye.
So, like, if you've ever watched the Great British Bake Off and watched them making puff pastry and went, that looks like fun, but I wish it were harder.
Yeah.
I just watched the episode of The Nanny where the butler Niles is making the chocolate souffle and he finds out he can't serve it and he kicks the oven door closed. And now that I understand how difficult some baking is, that humor really came through for me.
Yeah, Tom used to work at a French patisserie where they made croissants fresh every morning, so he had to be there at 3 a.m. to start the, whatever several hundred croissants they'd make a day. And I was like, so how'd it go? And he's like, well, I know how to make croissants now. And we're never doing that at home. And I was like, now you get it. Okay. Because, I love to bake, but there are some lines I do not cross. Croissant dough is one of it.
Yeah.
For sure.
I'll never.
So much chilling involved.
Well, it's a 3-day process
Yes.
as well when you make it the French style.
Yes.
Because you have to do all sorts of things to flour that involves magic and talent.
Yes. So I just saw this comment about the toasted croissant, and now I just want to say I am that villain, and I'm sorry, but they just taste so good.
Yeah, so the toaster oven, I put it at about 300, 325 for 5 to 10 minutes. It doesn't burn, but it will brown a little, and it is the crispy overload. I will show you, the plate is just all the carnage.
Yeah, see, that's what. But so okay, this is one thing I'm really
You
sad
have to
about.
accept, embrace the chaos and wear the crumbs, and then
There's this breakfast / coffee / lunch spot that I used to go to in town, and they closed because of COVID. But they had these ham and cheese breakfast roll-up croissants that you could get.
Yes.
R.I.P. them.
I'm just saying, this is there's a reason that I use
I
that
was
as a
muted.
method of discipline. There's a reason I use croissants as a as a method of discipline for the chefs, because, girl. All right, let's. Do we want to shuffle them or just put them back on their horses?
Shuffle them.
Shuffle.
And shuffled.
Oh, I like the girl in the front.
Orange.
Mm-hmm.
Purple.
I'm gonna
Is
stick
it
with
yellow? It looks yellow to me, but I'm sticking with yellow.
The one in the back?
Yes,
Stripes.
she looks so cute.
All right, I'm going to go with you this time, Glory, because clearly I don't know how to pick a winner.
Honestly, she kind of reminds me of Brandy from the Cinderella movie, and I'm like,
yes.
Oh, that's my favorite.
such a 90s kid. Yes.
I can totally see that.
For sure.
Right. We are going to get into the sprint. We are going to get some work done or not, whatever the case may be. Enjoy yourself. Have fun with life. I think both the Click and OT made a video today, so if you just need to be distracted, there you go. Have fun.
I have Culver's to look forward to.
Good stuff.
But before we get into this, remember, save your work. If you haven't already, save it, back it up. Don't feed the gremlins. They have taken too much from us. They take Maggie's internet all the time. They took me off of my own stream right at the beginning of it today. Don't feed the gremlins. They have enough. Save your work. Back it up. Send it to a friend. Send it to a couple friends. Find one of those friends that should be the master of your universe and figure out a way to pay them so that they can be that person, because you realize that you are inept and require the adult supervision of another person. I may be projecting a bit there at the end.
Yeah, somebody, Chandra. Their buy me a coffee link is broken. So
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Videos.
I will have to look into that. I think they did something because I've noticed a lot of links have been broken to a lot of things.
Somebody's been listening to Evanescence.
So
I can't
How did you
say that I can't go to my cousin's open house. It won't let me.
Okay.
Rage quits.
so let's get started on this. So let's get started on the sprint in a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, and go. Gonna get a unicorn. The princesses have all adopted a tight line as they come up on the line where the unicorn is waiting for them. The one in the blue dress at the top is moving out in front. She's getting a sizable lead, but we all know, yes, she did win. She did win, even though often they will run backwards for some strange reason because they just are too kind to one another. She did win. Yay! Okay. So how was everybody's sprint? I hope it was better than mine. Okay, so my sprint wasn't bad at all. It was fine. It was fine. It was perfectly fine. But I needed to go check on the fans because my house is weird and we have to have fans running or the air conditioner will just turn off. So we have to have fans blowing cold air away from the thermostat. And I've had a moment of like, it's really hot in here. Did I forget to turn the fan on right? And I left my office forgetting that we have the blackout curtain on the window to keep the heat out of the room. And I was blind. I didn't understand what was happening to me at first. Like everything was so bright and I'm just like standing there like, is this my time? Is this the right? Like I had like a full on, like not right, like a full panic attack, but like kind of a panic attack. Just like, what is going on? Why is this happening to me? And then I was like, oh, the sun's still out. Okay.
Oh, like if that isn't a true writer right there, I don't know what is. Like
I had everything from like the yard is on fire because one of the neighbors was stupid again to like all of the things that could be making the brightness. Because in this room, it is gloriously dark in here. I enjoy doing this from time to time just because my camera likes to lie to everyone. This is the room I am in. It is dark. It is quite.
It's so pretty. I love your lights.
Yes, I do too. It is quite dark in here. And so, like, when I went out into the other room, oh my goodness, So after that, I realized, no, I didn't set the fan up right, and I've been suffering because of my own dum-dum, which is, like, so much of my life, just in one sentence. Got that fixed, came back in here, saw that the video had finished exporting, checked it, yay, made the thumbnail, sent it off in its merry way, and YouTube was like, hey, it's going to take you like an hour to upload this 10-minute video. And I just went, wait, what? Fine, whatever. And just like moved that away. And then started looking at the links on the channel. And they're all fine for me. So I don't.
Did my link work? Because when I tried it, it didn't work. And I went back and it said that the account didn't exist.
On this stream.
Oh, I didn't look at the ones on this
Chandra's videos.
Oh, on Chandra's.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, because I was like, it said the account didn't exist, so if you got it to work.
Yeah, because I checked every video I could think of by every person that I know, just trying to figure out what's going on. And I'm like, I can click on everything. And like YouTube, are you just like.
No, it was me. I am broken.
Oh, I can go to your coffee one.
Okay.
I just fixed it that's what I spent the stream doing was like, why do link not work? And it turns out that apparently something glitched when I was setting it up and it was like, here, everything's fine.
I don't want you to blame yourself. I think something has gone weird in the Matrix. I think they pushed an update recently. They just changed. If you haven't gotten the passive aggressive, we are allowed to make all the money off of you. Just shut up email yet from YouTube. They have recently changed their monetizing policy and how they're doing things. And I think along with that, certain links accidentally got broken. Because I did notice on some videos on my channel that the spacing was suddenly off, so they weren't turning into links, and I fixed those.
Oh yeah,
I've been look at those.
Like, for the last month, I have been chasing the spacing tiger in all my descriptions. Like, so much.
So
every email code is on crack.
I set my description to auto-populate, and it never auto-populates, so I finally put all of my links in an Excel spreadsheet, and I copy and paste that over, and that seems to work.
Yep, I had to do that too because I was using on one of my streams I did earlier this month with Jessica and Ashley. They're like, none of our links are working. My links weren't even working. I'm like, how does it not work? It's the same that I used for you guys before. So yeah, now I do the same thing. I just bring it over from
I
document
Google Docs, and I have the description in there, and that way I can copy and paste each guest, like when they come back, I go to a previous episode, copy and paste their links over. And that way when I paste it in to like YouTube, I'm less likely to have the spacing problems from hell.
Yes.
Because if I copy from one YouTube description to another, chaos reigns forever.
Does not like that.
No.
So that's how I cope. But also, I figure it's a great way for me to document, what I did on each one without having to open up YouTube and that hot mess.
Yeah.
So I think the moral of the story is YouTube. Why are you?
Because they're the big game in town. That's why.
Another thing that YouTube did, and I caught it this time right away. So if you're monetized, you get the option of whether your videos are going to be monetized or not. So I sometimes will go ahead and monetize my lives. I don't do it for all of them, but sometimes I do. I mean, I make like 20 cents. It's not like, you know what I mean? I'm not pulling bank here.
Yeah,
but
nobody's making money.
When you set it up on StreamYard, you then have to go over to YouTube and click to monetize it. Mm-hmm. Literally, as soon as I clicked to monetize it, I went to monetize the next one, and it unmonetized the last one I just did. And there was one time I was like, wait a minute, I thought I monetized this one, but it's not. And I went back, I'm like, it literally unmonetized. I'm like, when did that happen?
If I can just go back.
That happened.
Go back to the passive aggressive email.
Watch that.
They can make money off of all of your content any way they want. There's nothing about like what we can do. Like there's absolutely nothing about what we can do in there. It's just very like, look, we're tired of it. We own you. Bye. Like,
Oh, and they do some mean things too. I don't want to get you in trouble with YouTube, so I don't want to be too bad.
I'm already in trouble.
I'll say I can
on my long videos, one of them, they like put a commercial like every 2 minutes. I was like, what are you doing? Yes. Why? So I was like, only at the end, please, or only at the beginning and only at the end. And yes, make them all clickable so that they can skip. But one time I just let YouTube decide, and they decided, oh, you need a video, a commercial every 2 minutes. No one's going to watch this video.
Right, because that's more commercial.
With a commercial every 2 minutes.
Even on cable TV.
Yeah.
I caught YouTube a couple months ago. So all of our live streams on our channel, we have one playlist that's just that season of shows. And then there's a live streaming playlist that's like everything we've ever live streamed, because Tom likes to sleep to it. So he'll let it play. It'll just literally play for hours. Tom can sleep 18 hours in one day. So that's how we do it. And I have caught several times on my, like when I was reviewing, why are some shows like have so few views? YouTube had unclicked the playlists for some of these episodes. So they weren't even in like our big playlist so Tom could just sleep to it. Had unclicked it on more than one episode, more than one show on different seasons of different shows. So I have to like every month go and do the last 4 weeks, because it usually only does it within a 4-week window just to catch it. And it's done it now 3 different times in 5 different months.
Wow.
So be warned, because YouTube's got some gremlins.
And I'm not worried about them not liking me, because I get very passive aggressive emails from them because my second channel is an artist channel, and they gave me a community page. And I that's awesome that I have like not enough subscribers for a community tab, but I have one, yay! But I don't have enough subscribers to sustain a community page. Like literally, there's like I think 70 people subscribed to my music channel, and like it's not worth my time, energy, and effort, because one, nobody sees it, Like most of the people that are over there are not seeing it. And two, there's not a community to actually engage over there. So please stop with the passive aggressive. Like, you're not using YouTube to your full potential. Like, yes, I know this because I'm tiny. I'm not trying to be like,
I didn't sign up for this level of guild. If I wanted this, I'd my mom, you know.
Right. Like,
they also took away some of my views from my Worldwide Write-a-thon chat video. They took away like 30 to 50 views off of it.
That's a lot.
Other people too.
From the previous write-a-thon, I've heard that happened to several people. The smaller channels, the under 1,000 channels.
And I got like 17 subscribers that day, and the very next day, 15 of them were unsubscribed.
Yeah, I had that happen.
Okay.
YouTube has done that to me for the last 3 write-a-thons.
Yeah. Okay,
Within
so
a week,
here's
they'll
the thing. I am getting ready to hit like a milestone for both YouTube and Twitch, but I kind of want to do something. But what YouTube does is every time I get a nice clump of subscribers, some just disappear.
Yep.
So I'm just like, I don't know if I can actually, when I hit that number, if I can do the milestone, because I know every time I hit,
it'll go away. Yeah.
YouTube is like, let's find anyone who hasn't watched her videos in a minute, which is quite a few people because they're waiting for my short stories to come back.
Right.
So I'm just like, oh, here we go.
I would give it at least 2 weeks. That seems to be the window to see if YouTube's going to mess with your numbers. Is give it 2 weeks and then see if you still have that milestone, because that has happened to me as well. Like when I hit 100, just because I wanted that vanity Earl, and YouTube's like, no. All right. And, you know, like 10 days later, it was like, you can have a few.
Yeah.
It did that to me, but it was when I first started. I think I had like maybe not even 30 subscribers at this point, and I came over here and like started talking to y'all, and so everyone came over and subscribed, and it went up, and then the next day back down. I lost everyone but 2. It seems to be like it's everything but 2.
Yeah.
And I was like,
wow.
Yep.
And when you're a teeny tiny baby like me, that makes a big difference.
Oh, it does.
Oh,
for sure.
Trust me, it makes it. And I've been trying to listen to other people to see what they consider big, and they tell me that AuthorTube is not as big as BookTube. So if I get like 5,000, I'm doing good. So I'm not there yet. I'm more than halfway. So I'm doing okay for AuthorTube, but like for BookTube, it's like that's nothing for BookTube.
You're in the top tier for AuthorTube right now.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yes.
Definitely.
I know so, because I have done a little too much research on AuthorTube, but I would agree, you're probably in the middle, expanse for BookTube. But you are in top tier land for
AuthorTube. Yeah. You're in top tier land.
Oh yeah.
But
it's may or may not.
Tiny AuthorTube is like,
what?
Nobody comes to YouTube for AuthorTube.
I do. And I found
I do.
We are so statistically small, we don't count in math. Okay,
I literally found AuthorTube kind of by accident because I was watching BookTube and writing my short stories, and then I'm like, I found a couple of people, and I'm like, oh, this is cool that they're writing. I get to see a little bit of the writing process. Aren't they cool? I thought it was like maybe 4 or 5 people. No,
that is how I got hooked on AuthorTube, was all the live streaming sprints. And I was like, I'm writing so much more. This is so wonderful. Why isn't everyone doing this all the time? This is amazing. And that was how I got sucked into this place.
I'm so shocked by it that I made an entire video about what live streams with like sprinting streams were, because I'd never heard of that before. And I stumbled across one, and I was like, who knew I could write 500 words in 20 minutes?
Right?
Yeah, so, I think that was the catalyst that made me decide to join AuthorTube, and then YouTube was like, "What are you doing to your channel?" No.
Yeah, how dare you?
I was like, "But this is where I want to be."
But yeah, it's like, I'm actually getting things done.
So the bellwether for me on like how big could an author channel actually get is Brandon Sanderson, because he is a big name writer. Like, he is a really big name writer. He only just got to 200,000 subs, and when you consider how many books he sells, like when you look at his actual
a lot of them have to be readers. They're probably
he wasn't
not
really on YouTube though. He was more like posting
All his
his
classes were.
classes until
Yeah, but he's been doing actual YouTube style videos now, and I keep joking that one of these days we're going to see his AuthorTube newbie tag, because once he finds out about us, he's geeky enough. Like, I love you, Brandon, but like he is geeky enough that he's going to be like, yes.
Yeah, I still haven't done the AuthorTube
I've
newbie.
taken all your classes. They're amazing. I'm sorry if I end up being a terrible writer, though. I don't blame you.
What I went to the school he teaches at, and I didn't know I wasn't a writer then, so I never took his class.
I think isn't one of his classes. It's like free, but if you want to do the writing sessions, those are the one you could have. Laura,
virtually all of his.
I was in my art classes.
He wasn't ready.
So I didn't realize this till this very moment, but Jenna has 50,000 more subscribers than Brandon Sanderson.
Yes,
Does
but
she?
like, look at her views though.
Yeah.
And that's what's really going on.
Yeah.
Like, she has a lot of readers who are only, they show up when she posts book trailers and when she's talking about her books. But as far as all her videos about writing and the craft, they are dramatically different. And that is where you see how AuthorTube exists.
Yes.
Yes.
I like my videos. My daughter and I would post short stories, and she's like, "There's my Christmas money." I'm like, "Ooh, we're getting good gifts." And then I switched AuthorTube. It's like 50 views. I'm like, what a difference! But I don't care. I'm still doing it anyway.
It was the other way for me. I started getting like a lot of views on my live streams and then nothing for my booktube. So I kind of stopped doing booktube and just focused on the live streams.
I
just
feel
like live
weird.
streams because they're easier for me.
Yes,
I've thought about dipping my toe into booktube, but over the years I have not reviewed books simply because all of my real life friends, except for like 2 of them, are writers. And I would get those questions of, so I see you haven't reviewed so-and-so's book. You didn't like it, huh? And it was like, if I hadn't gotten around to reading somebody's book that I knew, people were taking it as, because, oh, you didn't like it and you just don't want to cause drama with your friends. And, this was back with the podcast, when it was at its height. And I was just like, I'm not going to review books that much just because I don't want people to be like feeling bad that I haven't talked about their book, and because that really became a thing.
And that's something like Tom and I were already talking about. Like, this was part of his reticence to even start a book review, essentially platform. And I'm like, well, I think we just need to figure out how to review all our friends, what we're comfortable with, and then go from there. Because even like, it doesn't matter the review, like the tenor of it will still promote to, like, especially if you explain the read alike, because that is how readers find books they like, is if you like this, you'll probably like this. Even if it wasn't really for me. This is not my type of genre. This is not my type of book. However, this really reminds me of this other book I read. So, there's nothing wrong with that. You want readers to essentially self-select.
Yep.
Because that's actually how you find those raving fans. That's what you want.
Yeah. I feel like even with my bad reviews, except for the final book in the Sookie Stackhouse series,
there's not enough crap to say about that book. Like, you cannot toss enough shade on that book.
It deserves every bit of the manure that was put on Biff and all his ancestors.
Yes. Why? Yes. I'm sorry.
I felt so betrayed of like, how dare Southern writers like phoning
Sandra has feelings.
I get heated about it. I read every single book of that series. When I had like no money to eat, no money to put gas in my car, I went and bought that book as soon as it came out, and I read it. I finished it 3 days after New Year's. I had a friend visiting. I ignored them the whole time so I could finish the book. And when I finished it, I was bitterly, bitterly disappointed.
I feel
bad for you.
I feel bad for my friend, but yes.
I feel like she was the proto Game of Thrones. Like this is like, if you've not read these books, but you did watch Game of Thrones, this is the feeling we're talking about. Like, I used to really love you, and like, when did you decide? I wonder what would happen if we just drove the plane into the ground. Like this isn't flight simulator stuff.
It's like if you were thinking about going on a vacation and then you realize that you would just leave home, go on a trip, and then end up back at home, so you never bothered to leave home.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
Although I do know real people like that here in South Mississippi who are like proud they've never left the county they were born in.
Wow.
I know their names. I rented videos to them in the video store days. They boasted. These are real people and they still live somehow.
That's not something.
And they say words like pickings. That's pecans, by the way.
And the quartering actually cares about trans rights. But, which, by the way, if you didn't see all that, one of the weirdest right-wingers in the world is now mad at Demi Lovato for hurting the trans community for coming out as non-binary because he's given up on the one fight and decided to go after us. And
I bet you think this song is about you?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, I have been in a...
Demi be Demi.
They came out specifically for this critic.
Yes.
I want you to know.
Yes.
That is why it happened.
They were thinking about how can I mess with this person?
That person specifically.
I'm going to. Yeah.
Because it makes them so much more popular. You see?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. It's all about the money, because don't you understand? You come out as non-binary and suddenly you're wealthy.
Not her whole career since she was little, like child.
Like what was it? The Howard Foundation and like every baby you have, cha-ching, cha-ching, and you know all these. Yeah, that's what happened when she got that non-binary money.
Taylor Swift in the bathtub of jewels, like that.
Yeah, I've heard this my entire career. Like, you're only gay because it gets you that mad gay money, and I'm just like, where is this?
Where is this magic money?
Where can I? What grant?
Where do I sign up?
Like, if there is a secret cabal of queer people out there that's like doling out cash, haven't I done enough? I can send you my resume, the conventions that I have literally started the queer track on. Like, where's my money? You owe me. Oh my goodness.
What grant form can I fill out? I would like to apply.
And I'm just like, what kind of a sheltered world do you think in where it's like, oh, somebody said that they're trans, so their life's a lot easier now? Like, really? Oh,
Charlie, just a thought. You might change the title of this video to "Finding the Right Rant."
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah, that might. But I think that we are trying to find the right words. So the title is still apropos.
You're right, as usual, as per usual.
CB with the 280 words. That is
wonderful.
just the amazing.
Nice.
I love to see that.
Oh
no.
terrible! I love peanut
That's
M&Ms.
rude. You're expecting
Travesty.
Are you sure you're eating peanut M&Ms?
Remember when they came out with
Just some
the
thick regular
I'm sorry,
M&Ms.
I read the peanut butter.
You've
It's
gotten a
fine.
peanut M&M with no peanut, like it's like round, but like
I don't like peanut
So
M&Ms.
remember when those honeycomb M&Ms came out, and I was just like, I love honeycomb. I love M&Ms. I have to know what this tastes like. We bought one of the big packages of them, and all of them were hollow. Like, we got the bad batch. We literally got the bad batch. We literally got to the point where we were just hitting them with hammers to see if there was anything on the inside, because we were so mad. There were 5 of us sitting around a table with mallets, just like, no, empty. Why? Taking her.
Why does this sound like it should be a sitcom?
This is my life, and it's not real in any way, shape, or form. Which is why I just write really messed up fantasy and vampires, because that's more believable than my life.
I was gonna say something, and then the thought just flew away.
I'm sorry. Oh
So
my goodness!
I just
Hello,
want to
Stephanie.
say that Mr. P's post about he made a turkey burger, and I went on Instagram, and oh my god, it looks so good. Made my mouth water. I need one of those.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh,
y'all, it's so good.
You know, I was watching The Nanny, as I've said 10,000 times.
That's a good movie.
All you can say
Nanny
is,
is
y'all, I was watching
fantastic.
like The Nanny, you say. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just
And
say
it
this is a
inspired
Fran
me.
Drescher love circle? So yes, go.
Yes. It inspired me. You know, I never go in the kitchen, but I was watching it, and Niles made cucumber sandwiches. So, of course, I ordered the ingredients, and I had a couple cucumber sandwiches before I came on.
Ooh.
That's so
It's
elegant.
fantastic.
That's the most elegant thing I've
Put
ever
butter
heard.
on that bread. Like,
You did?
All right, I want a sandwich now, you guys. I feel like
Yes, feed the writer. The body has to get food. It has to get nourishment. This is how you fuel the brain there.
All hail the circle of Southern writers who are all
That
like,
is what
"But
I
have
did
your
during
sandwich."
our sprint was I had some soup. I hope I didn't gross anyone out because like I kind of forgot I was on camera for a minute. I was like,
was it good?
There's a
I was
reason.
a little embarrassed and I turned the camera off. I was like, oh, I hope I didn't gross someone out.
I did that the other day.
There's
It
a
wasn't
reason
cute slurping.
I was in abandonment of like, because it's like I can only get this soup at this one Chinese restaurant in town and they close at 6. So
It was like timing was of the essence.
they are a mom and pop. Like literally, it's grandma and mom that run this store. And they're like, no, we're going home at 6, y'all. We're done.
Be here or don't.
Yeah,
If you
the head
you
bubble
don't
with
get
the
here
poodle
for your
from Reddit.
dinner, it becomes our dinner.
Right. I mean, yes. So it's like
Alrighty.
it's home cooking, and it was like
Okay. So
feed
yeah,
the body.
we're about to go into another sprint, and I have a dilemma. I am not editing today. I am seriously not editing today. That is not a thing that is going to happen because I opened the document and saw so much more. Like, here's some things that you need to fix. And thank you for everyone who is putting this out. But my fragile psyche is just not here for it today. So I am contemplating. Okay. I am contemplating taking the work that I was working on last year and reformatting it for Vela because each chapter is episodic and it could be a continuing story, but in an urban fantasy. So I'd have my epic fantasy and my urban fantasy kind of going on at the same time. And because I only have to get like a chapter or 4 done a week, which honestly isn't a lot of writing, maybe have 2 projects going simultaneously.
I'm all about that multitasking
Yeah.
life.
Yeah, like you know, like lead into the ADD, ADHD. You know, like just keep juggle.
What do we
Is
think?
Is that what that is?
Is this a loud cat?
Yeah, that's literally like Laura.
That's why I work on 3 or 4 movies at a time sometimes.
Laura was asking me how many projects, active projects, do you have right now, and I'm like, what medium do you refer to? And I'm like, how dare you attack me this way? And then like procedurals, like what was it, 8 projects?
Yeah.
I've never
writing?
been.
That's how I keep
called
my
out
momentum
before.
up, though. When
Well,
I'm
is that-
starting one, I move on to the next.
Fanfic, original fic.
Yeah, that's like how I literally manage my ADHD since I cannot afford medication. Is you just when one
And coffee.
project is tiring, you go to the next one, and you just in a carousel.
But also, what about the never doing one thing at a time? Because
So-
then the brain can't focus because you don't have enough stimulus happening outside of.
I can't do one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Like I literally have
hyper-focus.
this show on the TV so that even when we're all sprinting, something is still moving, so I can then move.
Okay, it's not. I'm not broken. I'm
That's
fine.
how I literally function. And look, if it works, it works. That's all that matters. And that's literally what we teach in education to our special needs kids, our SPED kids. I'm one of them. Of if it works for you, that is literally all that matters. And it doesn't matter if someone else calls it weird or distracting. That's their life. That's not you.
Yep.
So you do what works for you to get those deadlines accomplished in any way that doesn't make you cry too much.
It's one of those
Too
things.
much.
I vowed to not
A little bit
do-
of tears is fine.
Seasoning.
I vowed no new projects, which means I'm not starting a new project. This is going to have to be one of the existing projects
Okay.
that needs to get finished. So and since some of you have actually read some of these, I'm really tossed up between that sci-fi epic that I sent to some of you last year that I really like, that vampire story that I was working on with
Is it the one that I think it is?
the antiquarian vampire. Did I send you that one?
No.
Oh, I can. So there's that
Yes.
one.
Again.
And then there's the one that I think you were thinking of thinking about, the urban fantasy one.
Yes,
Those are
yes. That one. That's my choice. That's my vote. Don't
The one with
distract
the
me.
protracted.
No. It's just that I'm a Libra. If you give me too many options, we all know what will happen.
So you're saying the one with the protracted 12-chapter flashback to the terrible, terrible youth that this poor child lived through, that has to be told out of order, or the story doesn't make sense?
I don't understand what the problem is.
What was
Okay.
the one I was reading that was about like the test?
That's the sci-fi epic.
Oh, I like that one. Go
Yeah.
with the sci-fi epic.
So, I might play around with both of those, because that's actually a finished novella. That one's actually a finished novella that's pretty much polished. So, three Vela projects, it's not too much.
And so you could set it up if you do finish one of them, you could set it up to schedule the posting.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you don't have to worry about it.
That's the goal, is to get ahead, because I already have, 12 plus 8, so 20 chapters done in the epic fantasy story. They're written, they're just going through edits and stuff right now. So that's done and ready to start going up. They want 10 available at launch, and the others are going to be scheduled. So I'm ahead on that one. I already have, I think, 33 chapters in the epic fantasy, in the urban fantasy written, because that's what I was doing last year. I have about 98,000 words in that one.
Wow.
That just needs to be prettied up and have some stuff polishing it up. And I've already got about, I think, 24 chapters in the space opera written, because I read a lot last year. I was writing about 196,000 words a month for about 6 months straight. I have a lot of backlog material here that I can work through. So as long as this isn't breaking my vow.
It's not, because it'd be a product you already have.
I did want to say something that Laura said in her stream the other day really called me out and kind of hurt my feelings a little bit, because now I realize how much editing I have to do, because you were talking about a book that had 6 main characters, and I have one with more than that.
I think it's more of a me thing. I have a hard time with names, and I can't keep people straight.
But you also write real good, so I was like, oh.
Yeah, that makes me nervous now.
So Evan Marshall.
I don't think I have any story with less than 6 main characters.
So Evan Marshall, in his wonderful book, The Marshall Plan, which is how I got started in actually writing, like it's the book that convinced me that I could actually finish a project that wouldn't be utter crap that I wanted to set on fire, and me for spending the time working on it. So a very important book in my life. He recommends that for your first viewpoint character, you should think the story should be about 65,000 words. That way, especially if you're thinking novel, because that's a good chunk of a story. Every character that you add over that adds around 16,000 to 20,000 words to the story. That way,
Which is why I have a 7-book
a
series
good and
now.
proper story. So he actually has a chart at the beginning of that book that shows how many viewpoint characters to what word count you should be aiming for.
Can you share
So that you
that
have
book
space.
and maybe that table if you can find it?
Yeah, something may appear on my Discord shortly.
Okay. I
So-
would.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. But
I should have ordered a box of tissue on my grocery order. No, Laura, that's not on you. That's
And now,
on.
just remember, I have, like, in the book that I'm currently working on, the epic fantasy, there are more POV characters than it seems, because one Tugwaddle gets a POV chapter because he's the only one there, and it's important that the reader see that it happened, see what happens there. So he gets a POV chapter, and it's probably going to be his only one in the entire series, just because the reader needs to know what happened there and not third hand in dialogue later in the book. The reader needs to see what happened so that they can make up their own mind, because
That's a unique
not nice.
species of creature to get a viewpoint from, so it's more memorable and able to separate, like have a unique, distinct voice for that character.
Because
Like when they're all humans, my brain is just like,
But you said that it raised a valid point, and it was like it just drew to my attention a lot of the things that are wrong with the draft so far, and the things that need to happen in order to make it better and to make it actually what I want it to be. So it's like it's a good pain, you know.
But it's still pain.
Yes.
You know,
I still haven't even done a dual point of view yet. Like I don't know. I have a hard time giving my characters unique voice.
And remember, there are exceptions to every rule. My favorite book, and I keep bringing it up, is Amistad Maupin's Tales of the City. This book is, I think, around 90-some thousand words. It's not a very long book. It has, I think, a total of 9 viewpoint characters, some of which are viewpoint characters for a single paragraph. Because, you need that. Yeah, I needed to see that. Thank you.
I also think, though, before I do that, I need to read more POVs.
And if it works in the story, like, it works for the story. Because the thing that we're serving here is not the grammar, it's not the rules, it's the story. If your story needs to start with a string of unrelated nouns, I've read several books that do start that way, and they were powerful because you're trying to figure out, why are these words here? How are these connected? And as the story starts, as verbs and other connective tissue starts coming into it, you're literally witnessing a consciousness come into being. Ooh. And it was powerful and it was wonderful. So remember, rules are important. We need to acknowledge that. You need to know what they are. You can't break them successfully. But everything we do is in service of the story. Every single thing we do. Because the story is more important than anything. A reader will forgive bad grammar for a great story. Trust me, I know. Yeah. Alrighty. And sorry for pulling out my little soapbox there. But,
thank you.
I have feels about a lot of things, and I think sometimes people come for the sermonettes. And the dude's mowing again, and I'm just like, just okay, all right, all the self-censoring. Like,
you broke the universe,
Charlie. I think I'm going with that theory that your neighbor follows you and knows when you're live streaming.
Every time, and he's on this side of the house again, and it's just.
I'm telling you.
You have a big yard. You don't have to. Oh wait, he's now driving around. Okay, I see what you're doing. This is not war. This is not war. We're not. We are better now. We are not that person anymore. Okay.
Are we?
Are you really?
I mean, Charlie would never throw nails into their neighbor's yard.
Well, sometimes when you have nails and the wind blows really hard, they just scatter. It's the darndest thing.
Also, cats will play, and then it ends up in someone else's yard, and just cats are agents of chaos anyway.
They do steal stuff.
Oh,
they like the shinies. I mean, you just never know.
Not to mention birds, when they see something shiny, like a little pile of nails outside, they steal it and then they'll drop it while they're flying. Maybe sometimes they drop it to other people's yards.
You should have been nicer to the birds.
Best of luck to that lawnmower.
So, Clasha, if I can just say, if you want to hear my opinions about Ernest Hemingway, WordStitch write-ins did a night write-in, I think earlier this week, where Sandy brings up Ernest Hemingway, and we have a frank and quite honest discussion about this writer who we should all just forget about because he was a misogynistic piece of trash who wrote his own legacy, and people think that he's amazing because of that, even though his writing is not actually up to par.
I'm so sorry. Maybe the funniest comment that I've ever read, and I love it so much. Clasha, you get the last laugh on this one.
I used to have kind of a crush on someone who And then they came in to like, oh, do you have any more books by Ernest Hemingway? And I was like, well, there goes my crush. It's gone.
Yeah, I tried to get through For Whom the Bell Tolls, and oh my goodness, I could not finish. I got so annoyed when he'd call her like Little Rabbit all the time. I'm like, I don't know why it got under my skin.
If you want to, there is one way to enjoy Ernest Hemingway's work, and that's to know one fact about him. Oh no, there's only one. There is only one. It's knowing that he suffered from erectile dysfunction his entire life, and most of his stories are metaphors of a man trying to get it up. Read them again. It's so true.
Well, I've never read anything by Ernest Hemingway, and now I really want to.
The Old Man and the Sea is very short, and it's generally available for free online. It's a story about an old man trying to masturbate at sea. I swear to God, read that story.
Yeah, that's what he came in. He's like, I read it and I love it. Do you have anything else by it? And I was like, oh, I can feel my desire dwindling tonight.
I had to read that in high school.
We used to literally debate in the library whether he was the actual guy from Burn Notice because he looked identical. Like he could have been the stunt double of that guy. And I was like, oh. And then he comes in one day a year later after I have had many a fantasy and is like, I read Old Man and the Sea. Do you have anything else? And I'm like, and that's the end of my desire. Here's Ernest Hemingway.
Watch me end up being the one person who's like, but I really liked it.
Oh, I didn't like it.
Okay, so the things you need to know about Ernest Hemingway's writings. He did not believe that adverbs should ever be used. Ever.
Oh,
he did not believe adjectives should ever be used.
Yep.
You should not. Adjectives weaken writing, according to him. So
weak. It's weak.
It's weak writing. If you have to rely on adjectives, you have failed as a writer. That is a quote from Ernest Hemingway. He was a bad writer. He believed that all sentences should be noun, verb, object, and move on to the next. Anything else is a self-aggrandizing flourish.
You know the intent of the shadows, whether they're malicious or dancing in joy.
Excellent points, Laura. But they fall on.
To find a way to get that across with just a noun and a verb.
And by the way, if you do want to, there is a second way to enjoy Ernest Hemingway, and that's writing all of F. Scott Fitzgerald's reviews of his work.
Claudia is killing me. But you're incomplete sentences. Wig snatched.
Yes, but
I hated it so much.
Yeah, it's just also it's so whiny, and y'all know I have a very low, like incredibly low tolerance for whining. Everything Ernest Hemingway ever wrote is whiny, and I'm like, you're already a man in this world. You're ahead of me, and you are whining about it. I have no more sympathy. Go away with your whining. Off.
So I wasn't supposed to do this, but I'm adding it. I'm going to start reading it pretty much immediately. But I just want to say that I currently have like 35 books in my currently reading list. So I'm going to make a video about that and how I'm going to like fix it.
I swear I'm going to focus. No.
Focus. What is this focus? It's not like the thing that we do here. No, ever, never.
It'll be
but
fine.
Somehow we get work done, and I don't know how that happens. Thank you to all the elder fairies.
It's the key to success, not genius, not anything else.
Persistence. Oh my goodness.
I'm popping off.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. And don't
Good night.
forget, I'm going to be on Allie's channel on Tuesday if you want to see me do some timer dances.
Yes.
It's going to be so much fun.
Yes, I'm so excited. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So I'm going to like thumb through these journals and see which one speaks to me. And just because
bites you.
Yeah, that vampire one.
If anybody wants to watch a 13-ish minute video, I have one premiering at 7:30.
There you go. You put a link in the chat, yes?
I did, yes. It's the one. It's a quick look at how I use Artbreeder.
Ooh, yay, finally!
So I know what
There
I'm
we go.
watching.
It's not extremely detailed because it is a short video, but it's something.
I like that. I will link it on my...
It's a thing, and I have it. Yay.
Alrighty, I'm going to go with the one at the top with the stripy wand because I don't know why I like the stripy wand. Sorry, Queen of Hearts.
Who keeps picking the winner?
Yeah, I'm sticking with the yellow dress. I love her. She's so
Pink
pretty.
stripy.
Orange.
I'm gonna go with the Queen of Hearts.
Alrighty.
Yeah,
As
me
usual,
too. Yeah.
as we always say, make sure that you are keeping yourself hydrated. If you've not gotten up and moved around in the entire time that we've been doing this, please do that. It's good for you. At least put on some music and do a little chair dance because chair dancing is fun.
Yes.
We've been here for 2.5 hours already?
Yes.
Time just flies when you're having fun.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know. Words such 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
always a blue one.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Don't it?
Blues keep winning.
It's a conspiracy.
Orange is really not trying at all.
Not at all. Not even a little.
She's just strolling through the garden. All right. Who made you a princess?
So I may or may not have been working on a cover for the new Vela project.
I like it.
Ooh.
I like how dark it is.
Yeah, I may
With
or
that
may,
bright spot in the center.
I may or may not have been making a lot of artwork of Mother Satyria for a long time because I'm obsessed with her. But I don't know. I'm really concerned about how dark this image is. I have other versions of it, but I really like how dark it is.
Are you going to
I
leave
see no
words on
need for
it?
concern.
Because someone said that the words don't show up really well on the Velas.
No, they don't, and that's been a big part of the question. Because if not, it would look like that.
Also, Vela does say that you don't need to put the words on the image
Right.
because it gets displayed right below it. Like, they state that on the site. But at the same time, I'm like, but I made a cover image, and gosh darn it, I'm using this cover image the way I designed it.
So I really. So I could lighten it some.
Make it dark. Dark
Yeah,
is
I
your,
like it.
dark like our souls.
Yeah.
Dark is beautiful.
I like it about there because you can see the purple.
Yeah, the wings and stuff are really
Yeah. I like the way that the colors pop.
I am so obsessed with her, and Chandra, who's the only other person who's read any of this. I think, I don't know. We've had conversations about her, but I like this. I think that's going to be the cover. Can you guess what project I decided to work on? I know it's a mystery. It's a grand mystery, but
Hashtag winning.
well, when you've got like that much work, that many words done, yeah. But I think that's pretty. I think that'll work. I love that I was like, I should do if I'm going to do this, I wonder if I can like whip up a cover, because I like to do at least temp covers really quickly to motivate me to finish a thing. And then I was like, but I don't have any pictures of Ellis. And then I was like, but I have hundreds of Mother Satyria because I have a problem. Huzzah.
I edited 3 pages and listened to about 21 minutes of The Old Man and the Sea. And what I'm getting so far is there's an old man who has Alzheimer's dementia, maybe?
I think he was. I think Hemingway was just mad because he couldn't get it up. That's about
It does not preclude that, but I'm definitely getting Alzheimer's dementia vibe.
Oh, just wait till you get to the tugging scene.
Oh,
Yeah.
Not there yet. So much to look forward to.
I think this is the cover I'm going to go for just for the Vela. It's not, I have an actual cover for the comic, but I think this is the one I'm going for the Vela.
I'm obsessed.
Wow.
That is beautiful.
Because I have so many cast members, but I couldn't decide who to put on. So I'm like, I'll just do their silhouette.
Right?
But yeah, so I did the silhouette with the wormhole and the spaceship in the background.
love it.
It's
Thank
fun
you,
doing
Dad.
pictures of your characters, isn't it? Like I honestly had a talk with the hubby last year about giving up on writing and just doing book covers because I love it so much. And I'm like, everything else is just so painful. Why?
Did you see that By the Brook is doing book covers now?
I felt that, like when I was watching her video, I was just like, I know the exact moment you're in. I know this moment. I don't know if you're going to push through and stay doing book covers or if the words will, like the Lovecraftian horror that they are, grab you and pull you back to write.
I was going to say, Charlie, don't even think about it.
Oh, no, I was given a threat. Like, he was not even kidding. He was just like, I remember you when you stopped writing. No, this is not. This is not a thing.
Tell the hubby I said thank you. From the bottom of my cold dead heart.
Because that's the benefit of being with somebody for 24 years is like they've been through a lot with you. And like he's like, 2 things I know. You're never cutting your hair again, and you're never gonna stop writing.
That doesn't work for you.
This is not even all of them.
Oh wow.
That's not even all of them.
Okay, but your book.
They're so cute.
Where is it, and how can I do a read?
I love this art style. I really,
Taunting
really
us.
do.
That's what Nia's doing. She's like,
The reason why I'm doing that art style, honestly, is because it's the easiest one for me to do. Everything else takes a long time, and since it's not only me and I don't have a team, which my brother and my son are like, Mom, you need a team, and I'm like, I don't have a team though. So since I have to do it all myself, I need to do the easiest style of drawing.
Low hanging fruit. Yes.
I'm like, are people gonna like it? They're gonna hate it. They're gonna think I'm being lazy or cheap because I'm doing the easy.
Slow the anxiety roll. You're doing amazing. Trust me, I have great opinions.
Sweetie, I literally had anxiety dream. I've been having anxiety dreams for the last month that I can't afford to pay certain people, some of which may or may not be on screen right now, who are going to be a part of the team that I'm doing. And the anxiety dream always ends the same way with, and so how much of the money that you're making are you getting? What? And then I wake up in like cold flop sweats because like, oh yeah, I should get something too. But like, no. I
Is this the Patreon dream?
Yes, it's the Patreon dream. Yeah. It keeps happening. It keeps happening. Yes.
I just want to say, if you share your project with me and I like it and it's in a genre that I read, I will bother you about it.
Yes,
a lot.
I like, Chandra, you don't know how much you are part of what keeps me moving forward. You are an answer to a prayer I prayed several years ago. Yes.
Oh, that's the nicest thing anyone's like ever said to me.
I completely agree with this. Like, I co-sign on this 100% because like I literally would not be doing what I'm currently doing if it wasn't for the fact that Chandra was just like save me from working on my own work by distracting me. And I was like, I have a whole bunch of words that are crap. Would you like them?
Yes. I've got all this hot mess. Would you like any flavor? Which one you want? I got sample spoons, honey. Here, I'm just...
So I also want y'all to know how literal I am. I had a friend come over one time and say, hey, sorry, I have been MIA. I just don't have any spoons. And I turned to my kitchen drawer and I opened it and I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. All my spoons are dirty.
I think I literally.
That's almost like the person who in the post that it was like, my wife told me she wanted serotonin and I just got up to go and get it. And then I had to sit back down and was like, I thought that was something I could actually buy.
If only.
Like, they were prepared. They were going to get anything that person needed. And then they're like,
I was like, you need a spoon? I don't got a spoon. I'm so sorry.
Yes. That was my most recent anxiety dream. Was I was trying to wash spoons and they're like, Gloria, you have to come back to this examination. And I'm like, let me just get a few more spoons clean. I woke up going, oh, there's the metaphor.
No, I have to say though, Kat actually came up with the metaphor for our times, and I really want this just to be a statement in common parlance. Like, you got your lettuce, don't be a dick. Like, I
need to make a shirt and have like Parker on it.
Yes,
because he's who I was talking to.
Can you make
lettuce,
that?
don't be a dick.
Because this is the message of our times.
Like,
I need that. It's like a picture I can just post places. Like places of like here
this,
you go.
We really need to get a GIF on Giphy. Like, I don't know exactly how we want to animate it, but we really need a GIF on Giphy so that we can just, because most places pull their GIFs from there.
Yes.
So we could just be like, oh, thank you for the comment here.
As a former vegan, tell me that I shouldn't go trolling on vegan boards posting that.
I can't.
mean, you live
If
your
you
life.
do, you have to take screenshots and share it with all of us because I
you
get to live
share so we
vicariously
can, like,
through you.
enjoy.
So please,
I'm gonna
please
need
do
someone to go with me because I'm gonna get blocked so fast.
Also, you need someone to let you know what they're saying about you.
Yes, I am so tired of being told that all of my neurodivergentness would go away if I would just go vegan, and I'm like, yes, go troll them.
That's not how this works. That's not how any of this
Not
works.
how it works.
No.
You know what? I could eat all the beans and lettuce I want. It doesn't fix this, and I'm okay with that. Stop it.
Fix implies
Yes.
that there's brokenness. So
Yeah,
shoo.
so much ableism, so much.
Well, see, I admit that I'm broken, but it has nothing to do with my neurodivergence. It has to do
Or
with
my
my
diet.
misspent youth. Like, it was purely my misspent youth. I saw and did at least 6 lifetimes of things that I should not have been involved in.
Those are my favorite
And
memories.
That's where like that's what broke me. That's what, like, I can tell you the man's name. I know. Oh. Kyle, if you ever see this, please contact me again because I just need to know that you're not dead.
Well,
but,
honey, that's what I'm going through Facebook going, oh, they're still alive. They're still alive. They're still. Look
It's
at all
always
the people
disappointing
that
when you
you
can't
didn't
find
do.
them.
Oh, I gave up on that because my cohort from high school, we did not mature well. Like, of my friend group that I ran around with, there are 4 of us that are not dead. And yeah, like, Facebook got sad for a while because you'd end up finding like so-and-so's mother and be like, so how is blah blah blah, to, you know, like, try to get back together. Oh, you didn't hear? Or how dare you, and blocked. I'm like, why did I get blocked for that? And then you have that long search of like, why did I get blocked for asking how their daughter was? Like, what just happened?
Yep.
Let's just say Generation X, we have a lot to answer for. We have a lot to answer for. Gen Z, I invite all of the criticisms. We earned it. We earned all of them. All of them. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness.
I was the friend who kept all of my friends alive. I was that friend.
Mia, it seems like your entire life is surrounded by keeping all the people in your life alive. Every story you have is about how you kept yet another subsection of your life alive, of people.
Yes.
This is like their one unifying trait is you're surrounded by people who don't know better.
I had one friend, oh my goodness, bless her heart. She would get into so much trouble, and I'd be out at 3:00 in the morning dragging her home. Her mother swore up and down that I was doing this. And so we were told we couldn't see each other for like 2 weeks. Mind you, I'm the straight A student who is in like all the activities. I'm literally only out at 3:00 in the morning to pick up your child late.
Yes.
2 weeks later, her mom was like, can you come hang out with? I'm like, yeah, I was literally keeping your child alive.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
You just want to.
Yeah.
You found out it only took her 2 weekends to realize it wasn't me.
I mean, that is a lot of chaos.
I think she had to go pick up her child at 3:00 in the morning somewhere.
We got more stubborn people over here. Take a lot longer to figure out the obvious.
Like, I know you wouldn't know if you were one, but the more stories I hear, like, I secretly suspect that you're one of the Lavidvovniks that are here to like keep the world going. Like,
yeah, Nia, I think, is like keeping the planet together and away from a true apocalypse. But Nia, thank you for your service, because
you need a team.
I need good sneakers to walk across the continent. And that's why we cannot have an apocalypse, because I would have to start walking and I wouldn't make it. So thank you, sweetie. That and I need more medicine.
You should be the person in the chair. Like, you need to be sitting other people out to get the work done. I'm just.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. CB, 346.
Excellent.
That is amazing.
Yeah, I love that during all of this, I'm just continuing to type.
Oh, and for anybody who's on my alpha beta list, I may have just sent out the link to the Urban Fantasy story. So it's in need of some love, but it's I really like it. I really
Don't
like
tempt
it.
me with more reading material. I still need to finish the reading material I have.
Well, you don't need to read the reading material I gave you anymore because I read it aloud.
Yes, I was kind of glad about that because I'm like, I have so much reading to do between.
Maggie, I agree. I wish that they would at least give us a square and that the words would look nice, because I feel like I really had to make my little tiny, it's going to be a little tiny circle. I feel like I had to really make it look distinct because I can't put the cool words across it. Or I guess also, I can, but I don't know how it's going to look.
And I'm desperately trying to make a Canva template right now because it's not actually a circle. The edges of the circle don't touch the edges of the image that you put up. It's inset somehow into the circle. But it doesn't, now that I have 2 projects in there, it doesn't look like it's inset the same amount. Like that they may have an algorithm focusing its circle or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not happy. I just want a template. Just give me a template. My life is
mine showed up how I thought it was going to show up.
That again, everything hates me. I'm just
Did you do yours in a circle or did you do yours in a square for it to be placed into the circle?
I just, it's the one I just showed you.
Mm-hmm. I did a 1600 square by a 1600 square, and then I actually took a circle and put it along the edges, so that it fit perfectly in there, and that fit perfectly.
That's what I did for both.
But I removed the circle from before I downloaded it.
That's what I did for the first one, and I tried again for the second one, but it's in further. Like I had to. I had to move things even further, which is why I want to make a template.
Yeah, we need a template.
And once I get that figured out, because I think you can share Canva templates.
Yes, you can.
So once I get it figured out, I'll just start linking it in all the videos so that it's easy to find.
Klacha said, I feel like the book is going to be less good if it has a happy ending, because where's your commitment? Kill your darlings. Also, how can a book start out this somber and have a happy ending?
See, I am the queen of the bittersweet. I mean, that's
okay. This is my prediction. This is how I would like the book to end. Since I hear that he catches a fish, he divides it up to pay all of his debts, and he's left with nothing. That's a good ending. You can have that one for free.
Yeah, Klacha, I did that when I was 5 also. So I'm just like,
I was 5 too, or like 6. Yeah, I caught crackerfish in the Gulf.
We also caught crab.
Technically, I caught a fish as an infant because my dad rigged an ice fishing pole to my car seat.
Ah, nice, good job. Kat.
Also, if the fish did the thingy, it would rock my car seat.
Ooh. Yeah. So you were the automatic bobber.
Right.
We went fishing in Canada at Smashed In Head Buffalo Jump Creek.
What a great name.
That sounds like a good story title.
It's where you herd all the buffalo off the edge of the cliff and they jump.
Oh, that's cool. I want to go there. You know, though, I have to say my fishing story was not that pleasant because I was given a fishing pole at an age which one should not be given a fishing pole. And it was made out of bamboo, and I somehow managed to break it, as one does. And then my parents believed in capital punishment, so half of it became named Willie, and that's
Purple, you're still alive. I'm sure they believed in capital punishment too.
Don't interrupt the story.
I can't take the idea that you're a ghost.
First, and then go.
I can't take the idea that you're a ghost.
I need to know how this ends.
What?
I need to know how this ends.
I've just been floating around since.
I'm just like, no, I need Chandra in my life. She can't be a ghost. Like, don't make me be wishing against you finding peace. Like, that can't be a thing.
Honestly, I feel like if I was a ghost, I probably wouldn't, just out of spite.
When I was little, I couldn't put a real worm on the hook, but I could play with the worms, and I used to stand there with leeches, just wiggling out of my fingers. It disturbed a lot of people because I'd be like, "Look what I have! You need one?
So
one hand with leeches and one with worms. It was great. But I couldn't put them on the hook. So my dad could let me use gummy worms. And I actually caught really nice fish with gummy worms. They don't like the sour ones.
I can see that.
So there are some fish that like the sour ones.
I managed to catch a sunfish with just a plastic bag once. It was great. It was on the Colorado River.
We used to, when I was 8 and Tom was 5, this is before Tom and I thought that he had died and then came back as a ghost. But it was that summer at the trailer park where they had a pond, and we used to fish for sunfish with hot dog rounds.
Oh,
and,
nice.
And that's what we did in the evenings, because sunfish are like crazy happy in the evenings at sunset. Yeah, my parents, it took them forever to figure out where were all the hot dogs going.
Where have all the hot dogs gone?
Eva, we were either
into the trailer park pond. That's where they went. They were so upset.
Eva, we were either talking about the old man in the sea or my actual childhood.
I am very glad to hear that you're still alive, Tamama. You have been going through like so many people right now. There's so much hell, and it upsets me so much. Like, I'm not saying that we weren't talking about doing a road trip the other day to like. I'm still like half in that mindset of like we need to Jay and Silent Bob get in the thing and kick some tush, but like so many people, so much in so many people's lives. Like this is why people like me should have money, because I just want to give it to people. I don't want to hoard it. I'm not a dragon. I love dragons, but I'm not one. Like, I just want to help
you
people.
could like have the coins be like nestled in between your scales as armor.
That's fine. That's fine for what it is. But like,
what if you're like a coin porcupine? Every time you shake your tail,
see, every time I think about
flying.
Every time I think about Bill Gates now, I'm just gonna think coin porcupine, because.
Have you seen the TikTok? There's this TikToker. Sorry, I don't know why I have this in my hand, but it's important, and I need to emphasize my point. There's a TikToker. She did a thing where she was talking about, she was laying out laptops down a hallway, and she was like, some computer science billionaire should find these and come here. And hi, Melinda, I just want to make sure that you have a good parking spot. And I was like,
I'm just happy that now that they're getting a divorce, people are realizing that he's a horrible, horrible, horrible human being.
Yes.
Because I was tired of being the only one that was like tired of him trying to launder his credibility through an organization that has done simultaneously so much help and so much harm to the world.
Yes.
Like, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is a terrible, terrible, horrible thing that has done some good for the world. But
yeah, every single thing you ever heard about them putting laptops in classrooms absolutely did worse things to every single classroom I've ever been associated with that was associated with those grants. They were the dregs of laptops. They were not usable even for outdated software in the classrooms. Like, you couldn't use it to even get online, really. Like, you could technically get online, but you couldn't use it in any browser. It was absolutely like, instead of trash, they got tax deductions for all these donations. And so schools couldn't get good laptops that actually could be useful for students. And that is just one of my many rants.
And when all of the work he did against malaria, what he actually did was went around and found public domain, open source research, had people that were into like biotech bundle it together into patents so that he could own it and be the only person legally able to use that information.
What?
And yeah.
That's so
Let
infuriating.
me just explain. If somebody has billionaire attached to their name, they are not compassionate. They are not kind. They are not a good member of any human species society. This is how they self-identify as terrible people. Eat the rich. It's the only thing they're good for.
Yeah.
All right.
You're sure they don't taste salty?
I mean, like, I guess it depends on how hungry you are. Pigs don't complain.
I would also like to reference as a source for this recommendation, A Little Priest from Sweeney Todd.
Yes.
Cite your sources, people.
Good afternoon.
Sideshow sauces. Alrighty. I don't even know what in the world it is. Oh wow, it's only that time? I thought it was later. But then again, I have no contact with the outside world and everything's been dark for days. Like I bet the sun is still out. This is really playing with my sense of time, not having access to a window. Because I have no idea. I have no idea what the world actually looks like outside.
You're in space. What do you mean?
Yes.
I'm a ghost. I would know.
Oh, I swear, we're going to have to set up a world anvil just for the lore generated by these streams.
What happened to Fried Braintown on Word Anvil? It's gone.
It shouldn't be.
I couldn't find it.
Huh. Actually, depending on the day that you looked for it, I've messed up the date that my account was renewing, and so I got some notifications because the card that I put it on had expired, and I was like, I've got a month. I don't just do it while I'm thinking about it. Like that's how a human should work. But I just thought, I've got a month. Why bother worrying about that? And no. So it may have been.
That's how they catch you.
Yeah.
Is they use your own brain against you.
And it's so easy to use it's so easy to use my brain against me because it apparently doesn't think like the people's.
Play the game or the game plays you.
I always thought I was a pod person, and then Glory explained to me how I am, and I feel so much better for it.
Welcome to my village. This is your home.
And
I'm a gremlin, apparently, so orange.
Goblin.
Oh, with the shuffle duffle. I'm going
Goblin? Goblin. Sorry, my same.
Goblin. Yep. I've got a bunch of goblins. Tom's a goblin. So come join the goblin part of our village. You will feel at home.
There is no orange. Oh wait, yeah, there is.
Pineapple peanut butter.
I'm just saying.
Pineapple peanut butter. That's all I can say. Just pineapple peanut butter. All right. So I'm going to do the one in the red stripy dress because
Chicken with the yellow dress. I love it.
Did you say chicken with the yellow dress?
Yes, I'm chicken
Sure.
with the yellow dress.
Sure, that sounds exactly like something I would say. That really hot chick in the front, like you know how I'm all about them woms, like.
We are all the kids in the back of the classroom. Like this is what happened. We grew up and we're like, let's start a writing collective.
Could you imagine if all of us had like a class together? How distracting we would be.
Nothing would ever be there.
Nothing would get done, or everything would get done.
Okay, but
There's no
here
in
would be
between.
the best part. They would put us in detention together.
Right? Like, let's make posters.
Like, we were going to hang out anyway, so.
Yep.
Oh, it's air conditioned.
Can I just say, I just demonstrated
school
why
was
I've
not
never
air
been straight passing in my entire life because that was like my best. Like I don't know how do straight men talk.
Yeah,
I
not like that,
I'm-
sweetheart. No, I'm
never-
sorry. No.
It's never been a secret except for me because I have superpower called denial. All right, let's get started on this sprint. Make sure that you are saving your documents, backing them up. I am going to probably start perusing this thingy bobber because I would like it to actually be a story that other people can see and enjoy because I love it and I want more people to love it too. All right, we're going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go! Let's get a unicorn. And they're lining up as they have been doing, but I think it's going to be, I can't even bring myself to say it, the one in the pink dress.
Got it.
Yeah. At least it's not blue.
But I finally went with blue.
I have a point. Oh my goodness. So that time I went around and realized I should make a backup of this document the way it is before I let myself do any touchy touches to it, because that's the smart thing to do. I should take my own advice. So I because of the way I broke it up in Scrivener, it was a lot of hitting Command 5 over and over again as I flipped through, because I had to, which by the way, that's take a snapshot. That's the in Scrivener, and Mark got all that done, and that took a lot longer than it should have. Like, I don't know, I kind of got into the zone and was like, yeah, and like got into a very meditative rhythm, so I guess it was good. And then I started reading through it and remembering why I love these people so much, and the really bitchy moon who's constantly looking down at them going, girl, you're gonna die. Because so yeah, that's what I did. How did everybody else fare?
I just want you to know that my name actually means the moon. So
Are you telling us we're gonna die?
No, but I am bitchy.
I mean, like, Oh no, I have a thing for moon spirits. Like, you'll notice it's a theme in like all of my writing. There are moon spirits, and they all have opinions.
I've never had an opinion in my life.
Like,
I don't know what you're talking about. That's so weird.
What?
Oh my goodness, what did y'all end up doing?
I fed the doggies and got myself a snack and some lemon tea. I changed cups to, because before I was having chai tea, and that does not go well with lemon tea. So I had to get a new cup out. And then that's when the sprint ended. So I accomplished nothing productive except for feeding the dogs.
Tea is productive.
Tea is productive.
True.
Yes,
it's too hot to drink at the moment, so it doesn't feel productive because I can't consume it yet.
That is not consumable.
You were readying yourself for the next sprint.
Since I'm getting huffed at constantly, I feel like I have to say, and the dog got up, noticed that, I was the only one here, and moaned, groaned, turned around, and laid back down. Are you happy now? I've shared my shame that I am not worthy of you. And she lays back down and goes to sleep. Like, ugh. Like, yeah, okay. Yeah, you don't speak English.
So I don't have a dog bed in my office right now because I moved the blanket so it would be where I work so she can lay on it, because she ate her bed. And she's always reminding me that she doesn't have a blanket in the office. So she got up and went into the room, but her crate was closed. The door had swung closed, so she couldn't get into it. So she was like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? So, I had to fix that. I also got myself another, a mini one, because I've already had a full-size one today. And I've been trying to fill this void, that a snack void, and it will not be filled. So I also ordered food, tacos specifically. Maybe I'm still subconsciously mad about Cinco de Mayo. I don't know.
As you should be.
You should be. Who got your tacos and why?
Okay, so the other day, this is real bad. The other day, I went for a walk with the doggo, and I looked over on my neighbor's porch, and they have a sitting chair.
Oh.
And I saw a bag there.
No.
And I was like, so close but so far. Also, I'm so sorry because I know those tacos have been sitting there for a while.
Weeks, literally weeks. Yeah.
So yeah, the mystery is solved.
The mystery is solved.
In the future, if food goes missing, I will know where to look. Because I do know that neighbor, so I don't feel like it would be weird for me to be like, sorry, my Uber Eats got delivered here. I'm gonna.
So did you tell them that you saw it there, or?
Well, I didn't confirm. I didn't look in the bag. This is just a sneaking suspicion.
That's what it is.
Yeah, but also, if that's what happened, it should have had my receipt or something with my name on it stapled to the bag.
True.
So, and it'll say whatever delivery service it was from.
I'm just saying the closest thing I've ever done to making my dog happy, speaking of dog bedding, is when we moved the chaise lounge that my mom gave me into my office so I could, lounge out on days I'm not streaming and write, because I was like, this is going to be amazing. Like, I can just lounge out, put the laptop on my lap, and just get words. No, it is the dog's. It is not mine. I am not allowed.
What
to
if the dog is outside and yours?
She has come in and complained about me using it. Like, this is hers. This is hers now. This is her throne. She's an itty bitty dog with a giant chair. And like, I was putting shoes on the other day and deigned to sit on the corner to put my shoes on. And she jumped on my back to try to knock me off. And when that didn't work, ran around me, looked up at me, and just went, just started like crying like an infant. And I'm just like, oh, we have to have a talk about boundaries.
Yeah, the dog was like, yeah, you're in my spot.
Yeah, like we are. The boundaries. Yeah.
Boundaries. My chair. Little dog, giant chair. Hi, Kat.
Hi. Natalie got home. Right at the end of the sprint. So.
Awesome.
I started re-editing a story for an anthology to submit it, so we'll see.
Nice.
Laura, would you ever consider doing a video about how to find anthologies and submit your work to them?
Sure.
I would love me some of that.
Yeah.
Learn me something.
I gave up on anthologies because I found it just impossible to find them. And then Laura's like,
I found many.
I find all these, and I'm just like, is this a secret Canadian conspiracy? Like,
yeah, yeah, it sounds like it.
Horror Tree and Written to Death or something like that. And
teach me your way to wise one.
Yes, I would like the video. Okay, thanks so much.
So
you're like, wait, I haven't even said I was taking requests yet.
I don't know how to record my computer screen though.
You can do that with StreamYard. StreamYard, and then you can like have it.
I don't have it paid, so I can't download it.
Oh.
No. Like, so you have StreamYard send it to YouTube as a private or unlisted video, and then you can download it from YouTube.
Yep.
You don't have to pay. No. Don't spend money you don't have to. No, this is the Ways of Glory. So I don't have a paid Canva account.
No, I'm sorry. The moment you said this is the Ways of Glory, my phone lit up and said, do you have 5 minutes for your Yiddish lesson? And I'm just like, yeah.
So, and that was actually the start of Tom's file or whatever document called Glory Said, was the Ways of Mrs. Cosmopolite from Discworld, was like all of her sayings. That's where Tom started Glory Said. And I'm trying to pitch to him that he should totally publish this as like a little chapbook of like, those little wise little things, the Tom's little book of sisterly wisdom.
Yes.
I love this idea.
And it needs to be illustrated, and we need to find somebody that can make like a really cute chibi Glory in various poses for each of the quotes. Like,
I love chibi. Yep. I've always wanted to be a chibi person.
I'm just saying, like this.
He points in the direction of each roommate. I know where they're currently at in the house.
I also love money and would need it to pay, but that's for later people to figure out.
It's called tax returns.
Have to make money first to have tax returns. I don't.
Would you like to know what I learned during the sprint? It has nothing to do with this conversation.
Sure, go ahead.
So I didn't know that my words dictation had on a profanity filter.
Oh.
And there were some words because I was like, I don't feel like typing all of this because I'm typing up the essence and shadow things from the different cards into a sheet, and then I'm gonna put my A5 size paper in my printer and print it. So one of the words, it just does the asterisks for each letter. One of the words was domination, and it filtered it. It filtered domination.
Huh.
Well, when done right, it's very dirty.
It also filtered.
You just want to dominate a sandwich.
Or world domination.
Animation domination.
Is this a Microsoft product? Because if it's a Microsoft product or a
it's
Google
Microsoft
product,
Word.
Yeah, then it's probably because they're not about domination at all. We don't know this word. What are you talking about? We never tried to take over the word. What are you talking
Can't call me
about?
out.
Yeah.
We were never a monopoly. What are you talking about?
And then it took me a hot minute to figure out how to change the setting. I was like, where's this? And then, like a dummy, I didn't think to look on the dictation little thingy itself, where it has a settings button.
And
why would you do a thing like that?
I know. So my profanity filter is now off.
Good for you.
Because I want to say fuck.
Yes.
Yes, don't we all? So, Glory, this little dude right here. I don't know how much the other roommate is. I can't point. 3D space is ours. I had it. There it is. Woo! This little thing did not actually cost all that much because at least one of the roommates has obscenely overly reasonable prices.
The other roommate currently doesn't even have prices.
Yeah, I don't know what the other one charges, but the roommate that did our cheerleader for us, I almost felt like I should, especially after I saw the cuteness.
Give her a tip.
And then I looked at my bank account and went, oh, that would have been nice to be able to do that.
Pay and crochet. Yeah.
Hey, she might accept that.
I have so many
actually.
I can see that.
Actually, she might accept that. Because you said that you do the little cup thingies, that one time you did the cup thingies.
Yeah,
she'd probably accept one of those. In all honesty,
I actually have a bunch from back when I used to have a booth at the farmers market.
If I can say one thing that my life as a restaurateur has taught me is so much of the world works on trade rather than money. There's so much that we are able to get done. Granted, it's amazing how much an electrician can drink, but our lights don't blink anymore, so it's worth it. It's totally worth it. So, there's a lot of things that you can pay in trade for in this world.
I should get.
Don't let capitalism be blinding.
So, if you'd like to see my roommate's art, that lovely image over there, they're Kate Who Paint on Instagram.
Yep.
And I also believe that is their name on Tumblr. I do not believe that they have a Facebook page yet. I might be eventually getting them to do things. But I just realized because I have the Ko-fi tab open for mine, I was like, maybe I should just get her to get a coffee and then she can also get commissions there.
Yes, they do have
commissions.
They have a commissions there now. I have actively been thinking about using it. And the best part of it is you can set how many you are taking at a time. And then as you mark them complete, the ability to, it automatically lets people start doing them again.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I recently saw, it looks like maybe Coffee would let me have a little store.
Yep.
Yeah, you can have a store.
Without having to have a premium account.
Yep.
Yes.
So if you don't have a premium or gold membership on Coffee, it's 5%.
Yep.
It's not an extreme amount, and it's only if you don't have a premium membership.
And the premium membership, I think, was $50 a year, and they take nothing but the credit card processor. And it has more than paid. Like, first of all, thank you to everyone who has contributed to my coffee account. I do not deserve you, but I will say that $50 has been more than paid back in fees that I did not have to pay in people just randomly throwing money into my coffee. So yeah. Thank you all. Again, I am not worthy of any of you, and I don't understand why you're here. But thank you. Thank you nonetheless.
Excuse me. You are worthy.
Thank you.
But it's a weird thing to wake up in the morning and see, like, because people think there's just money in the account, but they're allowed to put a note with it. And some of the notes that I've gotten, like, y'all, you've made me shed many a very, very, like, soulful tear. I'm just saying.
I can relate. Yeah, like when I've received gifts, I'm so glad that there's no video, so people don't see me just ugly cry for like a solid 5 minutes, and like, okay.
And especially one person who knows who she is. Thank you. Like, I don't
know.
Is it possibly
the same? Is it the same person who also gave me money for graduating?
It's the secret funder of AuthorTube. Yes. Yeah, the secret, the not so secret benefactor of AuthorTube. Yes.
Yes, my executive producer of my show.
Because
she doesn't know it, but she bought me food for like half a week.
Yeah. She is the reason I can simulcast on StreamYard, because she very much pays for it. So that's why she is my show's executive producer.
Yeah, she's phenomenal and amazing, and told me that I'm not supposed to say that she does nice things, and I feel really bad that I can't say all the nice things, which is why I'm being vague.
That's why I can't literally credit her in the show's credit, even though I want to so bad.
Yep.
Because she doesn't want to, people to feel like, oh, well, maybe she doesn't love everyone equally, which is so considerate. Such a kind heart.
Amazing people are just amazing.
But other people have also gifted, and just know that I have privately cried ugly. For every one of your sweet little tokens of appreciation, because I also grew up being told that I was worthless, and the world would be better without me opening my flap all the time. That is a direct quote.
Yep.
And to then meet y'all, and that you are literally the exact opposite of most of the people I have gotten close to in my life over the years, whether I wanted to be close to them or not, is just, I'm like, am I worthy? I want to be.
Yeah,
you are. And I feel this. I feel every word that you're saying. And you should just tell them
that your pajama bottoms don't even have a flap.
I'm not wearing my long underwear.
I have to say, Chandra, my house mama always told me that when you say something like that, you have to snap to make sure you have their attention.
It's 3 in order for them to know they've been sassed.
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
You have to make sure that you have their attention. So you start with the first step, cut them through the other 2, and if they're not bleeding, cut them again. Love you, Barry. I learned way too much. Like, most of the great moral lessons I've learned in my life were from drag queens, and I'm here for this.
I've learned a lot of my feminism from drag queens, so I am definitely appreciative.
Yeah, so I have been introducing the hubby to Megan Thee Stallion lately, because she's one of the judges on Legendary, and he didn't know who she was, and I'm just like, we need to go through some lyrics. We need to go through some lyrics, because her song BITCH, I feel in my heart, and dedicate it to 5 of my exes every time I hear it. Every time I hear that song, yes, all of her, all of it. And because I get really sad when I'm like, wait, you don't know? You have to learn.
Yeah.
Lately, he's been getting schooled about Demi Lovato, because I've, like I said, been overly excited about this. And he was just like, I think I've heard a couple of her songs. I was like, open in the music app. We are going to fix this right now.
Crank her up.
And then he was just like, especially the new album. I don't know if you've heard the new album, but her voice.
I also wanted to say thank you to you all for reminding me, because I am about to post something on IG that it's art related. I did not do it. I had nothing to do with it. I simply exist.
So I had ironically, I say this ironically, well, I say that it's ironic that like growing up, everybody encouraged me to, they're like, you have these talents, you have these, like, you can do this, you have these skills that you're developing, you should, like, you have a voice, you should use it, you can, like, you speak so well, you, like, you know these things, why don't you do this? And I'm just like, anxiety says no. Anxiety says not no. No.
The anxiety is relatable. The other parts of that, like, I still get asked by most of the people in my family when I'm going to get a real job, and I'm like, we own a restaurant. How much realer could my
how much more of a real job do you want?
Like, how much we're about to buy real estate so that we don't have to pay rent on it anymore. Like, how much realer does my life have to be? But you're still doing that like fiction thing. I'm like, yeah.
I'm sorry, you mean I'm still doing what makes me happy?
Well, one of these days you're going to have to grow up and realize life's not about getting happy.
Maybe one day you're going to have to get up and realize that maybe you should be happy.
Speaking of the ways of glory, here is something I'm going to tell all of y'all. I've learned it the hard way. It is not that misery loves company. It is that misery demands company.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Remember that. And anytime a miserable person says you need to be miserable, remember that it's just misery demanding company. Skedaddle.
I may have gotten the last person that said that to me an enema kit for Christmas.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to clean that up. You know?
We had to work so hard, so all these young people should work so hard, and it's just like we literally, at least me and a lot of people I know, it's like we worked hard so that our children can have a little bit easier. My mother practically killed herself working so that we could have it a little bit easier. Mm-hmm. And no, I do not want my kids working in a slaughter me job. No,
yeah, like
I don't want that for them.
Through what we went through so that the next generation doesn't have to get bullied and work themselves to death. Like, we are trying to like spread the ideas of compassion and humanism and feminism so that the younger people don't have to figure it out for themselves, because that's what we had to do, because the internet was not necessarily existing when we were young and we didn't know. I mean, for the first, 30-something years of my life, I kept being told, oh, there is no way you're queer. There's no way you're bisexual. You like guys. You're fine. And so I thought, well, I guess I'm just an ally. It took me literally till I was almost 40 to go, oh, wait. But if John Waters and John Mitchell call themselves queer, and I agree with everything they've ever said that I know of, maybe I'm queer. Like, I don't want children to have to go through that. That was a terrible 30-something years.
My mother just recently got after me for, your life would be so much better if you didn't do all the gay talk. And I was just like, I went 42 years before I heard the word non-binary and realized I wasn't just trash because I didn't fit in any hole. Like, no. Nobody needs this. No, nobody needs this.
I really hate, in all honesty, the word is hate. Not just irritate. No, I hate it when people say you don't need to label everything. Yes, I understand that, but sometimes that label makes you feel like you are not broken.
Label things until they don't need a label anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also, other people do not need to label other people.
Yeah. If you label yourself,
self-labeling can be quite helpful.
Yeah.
Like,
it also helps you realize you're not alone.
Yes.
Yep.
Also, to find a word, a label that describes me so other people have an easier time understanding where I'm coming from. Mm-hmm. What a relief, because the words don't come. I mean, like, it took me all these decades to figure out how to call myself anything. And it's like, yeah, let's make a shortcut. Shortcuts are cool. They're cool because you like them on your laptop. Shortcuts are cool.
I know I've told this story before on the stream, but like, I'll never forget the one LGBT panel I was at a sci-fi convention, and this girl came in and she told us afterwards that she came in because she was broken. Her whole life she was broken. She came in to look at the smorgasbord to see what she was, and she had never heard of being oats. She had never heard of this before. She did not know. And like here's some here let us introduce you to some people. We can talk about this. This is normal. You're not broken. You don't have to like constantly like. She was in tears because she thought everything was wrong with her because she wasn't like the other kids in school. And it's like, no, you're not broken. You're normal. Like this is a way to be. Just because we don't talk about bisexuals because I don't know, people are weird, and we don't talk about we don't talk about people that don't easily fit into the gender binary, that you're either boy, girl, and really want to do naughty things to the other. Like and I'll never forget like that feeling of like just devastation on her behalf, and being so grateful that like a couple of my Ace Arrow friends heard her talking and like swarmed around her, and they were like, "Oh no, been there, done that. Let's go talk. Like let's go have a talk." And like I was so happy that she showed up, because that's why we talk about these things. That's why we have those labels. She thought she was broken. I know that feeling. I've been there so many times in my life where it's just like I'm not. Something's wrong with me. Like I don't know what it is, but there's something wrong. Not a boy, not a girl, not into the things that I'm told that I'm supposed to be into. That doesn't make somebody broken. That's why we need labels.
But like growing up, I heard all the time, honey, if everyone's out of step or out of beat but you, it's not them, it's you. As if that's wrong. Versus, I'm not trying to ruin anybody's marching band.
Though, I just want to say, when you march across the bridge, not everyone can march in the same stride or it will collapse.
Right.
We know this. We learned this from being dumb the first time and collapsing bridges.
Yes.
But I can't tell you how many times I heard it. Like, my whole life, the first 20 plus years, it was, Glory, you need to learn to get with the beat like everyone else. And it was like, I cannot, you obviously could hold a gun to my head and I still won't succeed. I don't mean to be this way.
Right.
And then it was fine. Like I'm now in my early 40s. It's like, I don't need to apologize for Jack. I'm just being myself. I don't want younger people to have to go through that. And that's why I talk about it. I share about it, is so they don't have to do that terrible soul searching, go, am I broken for decades? No, honey. You're exactly the way you are supposed to be. You're you.
And it's exactly like what Tamama said, right? The words can make it real. Mm-hmm. Because once I heard that word and I started looking into it, and luckily the people that I first started talking to were giving me links to psychological papers, like actual studies, like not just like Tumblr stuff, and like going, oh, there's actual scientific evidence of like the world is a wonderful, magical place with a lot of variety in it. And I don't know why we want to pretend that that's not true. Like, I don't understand that. Like, this is why, like, I am such a Star Trek nerd, like, to my core, but infinite diversity and infinite combination is the way forward. It's the way that we get there. I don't want people just like me.
Like, though, I will say there's one thing that really bothers me. Until recently, it was erased in even like animal shows, nature shows, and everything like that, because I feel like one thing that was touted within our household was, well, you don't see any animals that are gay. That's the only like a human issue. And that couldn't be further from the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so much diversity within the animal kingdom that if they actually talked about it, they would have to admit that it's really just par for the course, and why won't you leave everybody alone?
Exactly.
I think my personal favorite thing, what we've been seeing in the studies, like the lesbian and gay penguins exist, and because they do not have children of their own, if a couple has more than one egg, they will pick their favorite and leave the other one to die, and the queer couples will take that child and adopt it as their own. Like, yes,
yeah, it's normal. It's a normal part of the animal world.
Do you know, like, do you need a reason for us to exist? There's a reason for us to exist. Did you know that the rate of male homosexuality goes up as in a family, the more males a woman has, like the more male offspring a woman has, the higher the likelihood one of her children will be gay. Why is that? Maybe population control? Like, there are biological functions if you need one, but why?
Or at least maybe someone to take the unwanted kids. So
right.
More people to care.
Yeah. It does take a village.
It does.
It really does.
Because this is, not to get completely derailed, but this is what I have against TERFs and that entire brand of feminism. It's not about our body parts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you can reduce a human's value down to a single part of their body, that is the worst form of objectification that you can do to a person. Like, and I don't care what that is, because we've seen it over and over and over again, whether it's the color of somebody's hair, because that in the Pale Acts in England, the laws that defined what we consider bad words, all those words that are either from the Pict, the Welsh, or the Irish or the Scottish language that we're not allowed to say on YouTube because they're not advertiser friendly. When they named all that, they also basically put in there that it's okay to do bad things to people with blonde and red hair, because the people who wrote those rules didn't have blonde and red hair.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Like,
for real.
We will find ways to be hateful to each other if we set ourselves up as better than others. No one is better. Like, we're not better than other people. Like, for God's sakes, just
Yep.
Also, it just makes it. Imagine if we all had to be great at exactly the same things.
That would be a disaster.
Right?
It would. Some of my friends wouldn't score as high as me on something, and I would feel terrible. Some of them would score higher than me on other things, and then they would feel bad because I didn't do as well. And it's like, that's silly. Why do we care? I cook so you don't have to. Come over.
I have a friend whose favorite thing in the universe to do is to clean and organize. That's her favorite thing to do. If she's scrubbing something, she is blissfully happy. Like, she used to come over to the house and beg to clean, not because our house is dirty, but because, you know what? I bet you haven't gotten under your bed in a while. Can I do that? Like, it brought her joy. She runs a cleaning company because she loves making things clean. That's her thing. Everyone has a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, friend.
Embrace your thing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh gosh,
like,
I wish I had one around here.
I look at her and I'm just like, I can't even imagine being that person. Like, I will do dishes, but I don't sit there like with the biggest, cheesiest grin on my face going, the food's going away, the food's going away. Like, she's so like irrationally happy, and I love that for her. Good for her. Yay.
Go her.
Yeah. But
Could never do that, but go her.
But we need people that can do all the things. Like, all the things. Like, I'm not going to design a car, but I'm grateful for them. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's never going to be me, but I'm very happy. Let people be people. Let people be people. Yeah.
Yeah, we're finding fewer and fewer people are neurotypical. They think they are, but they are actually not, because neurotypical is a made-up concept. It's not really real. There's actually possibly even less than 50% of people would qualify as truly neurotypical if we were actually able to examine everybody's brain functions.
There's a wonderful book called Average that I highly recommend. If anybody reads it, you make sure that you get one that has all of the diagrams in it. This is one of those books that you want to see charts, because the whole point is, when you hear that this is average, they then show you the chart of the data so that you can see how many things are over there and how many things are over here. But we're only supposed to be this one little spot here, like in the middle. And my favorite part of the book is the author, I can't remember who wrote it, goes into the human brain, where they say this part of the brain region does this, and this brain region does that. And then he shows like actual maps of brains while they have people doing those activities. And very few people's brains are actually lining up. That's just where they kind of sort of overlap just a little bit, kinda. but not actually where their brains are actually doing the things. Because all of our brains work differently.
Well,
Like-
how about like you've all probably seen an anatomy drawing of a human stomach? Did you know only 20% of humans have a stomach that looks like that, and the other 80% their stomachs look like a variety of different? And you're thinking, oh, it's variations, Glory. No, some of these is like that's not a stomach, that's like a liver or something. And that's naturally occurring. Nothing happened. No one wore a tight waistband for the rest of their life or anything weird. It's just the human stomach actually has a lot of weird. What?
Corsets.
Right. No, it's just that 80% of human stomachs look nothing like the anatomically correct stomach. And that's how humans are. We actually need a lot of variation in order to be sure enough of us survive any terrible thing.
Every time
This is how we are here.
Every time my dad has to get either x-rays or anything where they look inside of his body, we have to sit the doctor down if they're new, because he has lungs for days. Like his lungs go all the way down. Like they're not, he's got these gigantic lungs. And they're like, we think there's something wrong with you. And he's like, they've been telling me this for the last 65 years. I'm fine. It's fine. It's all fine.
But before you say anything, it's not the lungs.
It's not the lungs. Like, they're fine. They're just fine.
Look somewhere else.
They're huge. They're huge. But
Does he play tuba?
I
Right.
wish, but he can talk more than I can, and that is that you need that lung capacity for that.
You need that. Regular breathing is effective.
My tacos are a minute away.
Yay!
My food is here. That's why I'm. That's why I'm not on camera.
Okay, let me put
My son brought it to me. I'm like, thank you.
So what I just heard from Chandra and Nia is that we should do another sprint so that they can have their food to shovel.
Blue stripes.
Orange.
Purple.
Yellow.
Oh, and she even has the pretty little heart crown.
I'm going to do the one in gold on the top because there's something about that little tiara and all of that hair that I just absolutely adore. I just, it's giving me life. Alrighty, so I'm going to be reading in my urban fantasy book with the characters that I love way too much, especially since I know they're not all going to make it to the end.
And hello, Heather. Welcome.
Oh, is Heather here?
Hi, Heather.
Hi, Heather.
Hello. Purple.
Hello.
Yes, another purple.
Which is also orange, in case that wasn't confusing enough.
True.
Actually, orange though. Don't make me have to share that brown video again.
How many times can we get Charlie to share the brown video?
I feel like this is Alrighty, y'all. I'm gonna get to reading. Take care of yourselves. Make sure that you're saving your work. Make sure that you're taking breaks if you haven't, because we've been doing this for a bit. And we're gonna get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Let's get it. They have formed a line, but I'm assuming it's going to be, yes, it's the top blue one. The top blue one came from behind to get the unicorn.
Dag nabbit. I did the wrong blue one.
So yet again, it was the blue one, just not Laura's unicorn. But then again, there's part of me that just feels like this is some payback for all the wins that you had racked up last year, where like you just couldn't lose.
That's true.
You so many races. Okay, so I got up to get some water because I finished my tea and a giant jug of water because that's good for me. And the dog got really excited about this because I was up and moving around and she's been sleeping all day and has energy. So she thought that we should play until I started to play with her. And then it was like, no, you don't understand. I am playing. You are watching. That's how this works. And then I pulled back and she started playing and frolicking and having a good time. And then I couldn't help myself and tried to play, and she barked at me and looked up at me like, no, stupid human. Stupid human. No. I play, you stand over there and just like I'm just waiting for the dog to learn this hand gesture. Like I'm just waiting for it. It's
This lives paw.
She can do it with her eyes. Like I feel it like in my soul, but she just gives me that like, seriously, human, why are you just so that was distracting for a lot of the sprint. But now she is back on her throne and just kind of glancing at me like, you're not even going to try to sit over here. Like she's really giving me the like, this is, you realize this is my house. And you know, yes, and I'm still talking about you. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Once the dog learns to snap, you're doomed.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
It's over then.
She's starting to do this thing that I don't know exactly what it means because I've learned a lot of like dog cues, but she will just twitch her left ear slightly. Just she just looks at me and her left ear just goes, and I'm just like, I feel like this is the dog version of side eye. Like I just feel like this
Except dogs give side eye.
Then I don't know what this is. But
when my dog gives me side eye, though, it's like I am not observing you. I am not observing you.
I'm definitely being judged for something. I don't know what it is, but I'm definitely being judged for something.
I almost have all of these typed up. And by typed up, I mean I spoke to the computer as I read the thing and it typed it for me.
Progress.
I only have 3 more to go. The thing is, I'm putting the essence, and which is the right side up, and then the shadow, which is the reverse, on there, so I can use that to help me with the outlining.
And I remember a thing that I forgot to put into the Discord, which I will do at the beginning of the next sprint, because I'm good at things.
Didn't you have a video come out?
Oh yeah, and I had a video come out. Yeah. So, yay!
I did the things.
I adult well. It's a great lie. At 40, you will know everything and you'll understand your life. It's a lie. It's a lie.
I only have 9 years to go.
I'm almost 45 and I still have no clue.
Yeah.
I have 17.
Like,
yeah, 17
Carry
years.
the 9.
Stop being so rude, Kat.
See, the
Wait.
saddest bit of advice that I can give people from that I've actually learned in my life is find something that you can do that makes a banker very happy. And your life gets a little bit easier.
Like your restaurant being the favorite restaurant of a banker, so they made sure you had all the proper paperwork.
Oh yeah, we didn't have to file for any of the PPP loans. The banker filled them out for us, showed up, and was like, "We need your signature here, here, and here." Because, like hell, his favorite restaurant was going out of business.
Not going to close down.
Was on it.
No.
Here's what's not going to happen.
I told Tom, I was like, what we need to get like a duplex or something. We can rent out the other half. And so we need to meet a banker. And I was like, wait, I know the best golf course for this. There's a good golf course in town. We've got several that are terrible because they're filled with horrible people. But we have one that if you genuinely love the game, and we both have golf clubs, and I was like, we'll go share a bucket of balls and meet people.
Okay, so I don't know if you've ever seen the British comedy Keeping Up Appearances, but you're making me think of a particular episode where she made her brother-in-law Onslow pretend to be a hooligan so that she could get her husband a good job with dead chickens. And
I don't know what's
I'm here for it. If you've not seen this show, I
just remember the yachting episode.
Oh, I often recommend this show to understand my family because my mom's side of the family, like Hyacinth is Aunt Karen. My beloved Aunt Joyce, who is no longer with us, who has gone to the angels, was Rose. And my my mother married Onslow. And it's a very good way to understand like my entire family dynamic and the world I live in. It's a very good like shorthand.
Their last name is Bucket, but she insists it's Bouquet.
Oh, that show! I love that show.
Yeah.
So many episodes.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of what it was, and then they started saying the names. I'm like, oh, I know this show. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's the name. I'm like, oh, that. Yep.
So I mean, like we actually like playing golf, so there's that. Like, and we have our own golf clubs that I got off some yuppies, real cheap. So, so I'm like, hey, maybe we'll go meet you because I actually found like everybody's nice at this one golf course in town. So yeah, but yes, my mother used to watch Keeping Up Appearances, and I just love the way she's like, no, it's Bouquet.
It's Bouquet, darling. And because like I'm too obsessed with British comedies, like Patricia Rutledge is one of the best singers that has ever lived. Like she's a trained opera singer, and her show before this was called A Woman of Means and Style, where she would just kind of tell you about her marvelous day at the town and then sing an aria to you, and it's amazing. Like it's just oh so good. And it's so great that seeing her in this show because the whole joke is that Hyacinth could not catch a tune with a bucket at all. But she favors herself a brilliant singer. And like, as somebody who grew up watching way too much British comedy, because in Maryland, we got all of them. That's all our PBS was British.
Yes,
what was
exactly.
that one with Judi Dench?
Oh, As Time Goes By.
Yes. I always wanted to watch that, and my parents would never let me watch it. Why would they not let me watch it?
I will let you know. Watch it. If you watch it all the way through. It is so cute. It is so sweet. And like the way that they went, basically after everybody got busy, like when Judi Dench's career blew up, they still found ways to do like, we're going to do a 6-episode season this year and like fit it in. And like, what hijinks can we get them into? Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch it, but that'll be after I finish The Nanny because this is my second time through The Nanny, and it gives me life.
It is an amazing show. It really does go with the times because I think it aired for something like 22 years. Like, there's not a lot of episodes because it's a British show, so there's like 6 episodes a season, right? But it was on for like 22 years, so it starts and like you're just like, wow, I forgot that Judi Dench looked like that, and then about a quarter of the way to a halfway through, you're like, oh, there's the Judi Dench I know, and like you go on from there. But I love that show so much.
So I figured out oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say my favorite British show is got to be Rosemary and Thyme. Like that was the greatest show that ever was. Just these two ladies going around, going to fix these gardens, and then someone ends up dead and they have to solve the mystery of why this person ended up dead. And it's like the greatest show ever. It's so funny. And if you are a fan of Friends, you have to watch the British show Coupling because Russell T Davies was hired. They bought the rights to Friends, and Russell T Davies of Queer as Folk and Doctor Who fame, was hired to make it British. And he did such a good job that they tried to re-import it again into the United States to do an American version of his version of Friends. It is so...
Oh, I thought Moffat did Coupling.
Oh, no, that is Moffat. You're right.
Because Moffat jokes about The way to tell, like they only go on trips. He and his wife only go on international trips when a different country wants to produce their own version of coupling, and they get that country, producers to pay to send him and his wife to that country to discuss. And that's how they've seen like 50 different countries is everybody wants to make their own version of coupling. That's how I think about it.
So during the last sprint, when I got my food, I figured out the mystery of the disappearing tacos.
Ooh.
Tell us about the tacos.
So what had happened was, on the thing, it says Chandra A. But Chandra A lives in Unit B. So they're going to Unit A, but I'm B, so then the food goes to the wrong place, but they feel like they've done the right thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That is...
That. Oh.
Do you want to hear the crazy thing?
Okay.
There is no Unit A.
Wait. So, if you live in Unit B, what's the other unit?
There is another unit, but it's just the address, and then they were like, oh, they're 2-door. We give B. But the other one's just the address.
Gotcha.
Why not?
The bouquet.
One of the British shows we had on disc was Faulty Towers. John Cleese, so good.
John Cleese, I rather enjoy. I have rewatched Faulty Towers way more than I should have allowed myself to rewatch Faulty Towers, just for Prunella's wonderful way of just like completely dismissing him constantly. Yes. Like his wife,
even when she's in the hospital.
Yes, like even like I can't imagine another actress being able to just have that much condescension in her voice and still be likable. Like she is the most hateful, spiteful character that has probably ever been written for television. But I love her so much, and I kind of want to go have drinks with her and her friends.
This is not entirely British, but have you all seen the show? It's like Indiana Jones, but with a lady and better.
I can think of so many things. My first thought went to the Librarians because I have a thing for Rebecca Romaine and it's a problem, but I kind of want to be her.
Yeah, every time somebody brings up Indiana Jones, Tom's like, "Have you seen the Librarian?
Have you seen the Librarians?
All 4 movies and all 3 or 4 seasons, 5.
Yes, you must watch the show.
The show.
So this thought came like way late. About coupling. I was like, why does that sound familiar? I've never seen it, but Gina Bellman's in it. Mm-hmm. And she's she plays Sophie in Leverage, and they took apparently a lot to get her to America. Like they had to get senators involved. Wow. It took like 2 senators and some other like government people to get her to America to film the pilot episode.
Can I just say, no, I can't. The pun is too strong. I can't.
Say it.
Y'all know what I was going to say.
No, I don't.
I don't.
I was just going to say, it sounds like somebody leveraged their celebrity for a good check. I mean, it's bad. It's terrible. I tried to stop. Like, I heard it in my head and, like, just tried to pull it back in.
Don't pull the puns back in. Let them fly.
But how else will my brain continue to get the damage?
Also, you wouldn't know this information if you hadn't watched the commentaries, which I highly recommend. Because they have a commentary for every episode.
Every show should do that.
I'm tempted to do reviews, not on the show itself, but the show / commentaries.
That would be great.
Yes.
Maybe I should...
Sorry. The movie is Miss Fisher and the Crypt
Don't
of
knock
Tears.
on my wall!
Oh, I have not seen that.
It came out in 2020, and I don't think it was very publicized, but it's...
there's a TV show, Miss Fisher's Murder Mysteries. Is like 2 or 3 seasons of it. It's really good.
It's kind of like that and kind of Indiana Jonesy, but with less misogyny,
Yeah, I will say I like the TV show better than the movie, but that's just maybe me. particularly the second season.
Well, I haven't seen the
They
show.
did the movie because they wanted another season, but they wouldn't give them another season, so they made a movie instead.
And now I think they've made a 1960s version of the same book series. And it's, I think, also maybe Australian, or I can't keep up. Like, yeah.
Okay, so Vicious is very good, but I have to say, if you haven't noticed, I've stolen some of my favorite affectations from John Inman over time because, yes, Are You Being Served? While it has some of the most problematic episodes in the world for rewatch, because British TV, like, you really didn't have to go there. Like, there's 3 episodes that should be put them in the bucket. Like, we don't need them. Like, I don't need to see Mr. Granger in blackface. I don't need to see whatever that Japanese episode was, and I don't need to see the one where the sheiks come to the store. Those 3 can just go away. You have hundreds of other episodes. Like, nobody's gonna miss them. But other than that, oh yes, John Inman, like.
When I worked at a public library system, I pretty much for like a solid 5 of those 6 years did my one-woman cosplay of Are You Being Served? In the central desk area of like, do you know how many times I asked, Lisa, are you free? Deborah, are you free? I mean, like, and then I would saunter. And nobody most of the time picked up on it. Certainly none of my colleagues. However, the computer lab on the other side of the library, you would occasionally hear cackling. In reference to lines I was making because I was doing my, I'm available if you're asking. You know, like I would do the whole camp. For 5 of the 6 years I worked in public libraries. Like nobody ever picked up on it. I never got busted by my coworkers or my managers. So yes,
that's hilarious.
And the same writers who did Are You Being Served did a wonderful show called Allo Allo, which is about the French Resistance during the Second World War. And the brilliant thing about the show is really bad accents are how you know what language the characters are speaking.
Yes.
So there's this wonderful scene where a woman is translating between the French, the Germans, and the British airmen, and you get to hear how she's translating each of their things to each other, and just all of the comedy.
Michelle from the French Resistance, like, "Hello, chaps," you know. She would suddenly break her French accent.
Oh yeah, because
when she's talking to the British RAF.
Oh yeah, she becomes like as stereotypically French as the French actors are. When the English actors are so over the top British, like you would think that Dick Van Dyke was playing them.
Great.
Oh my goodness, I love that show just way too much. Just in my heart of hearts, and the poor gay lieutenant who just wants to be loved by Renee.
He just wants some love. If only anyone would cuddle him.
He loves Renee so much.
He's such a sweet, dear soul in charge of the firing squad. It's awkward.
And through a series of unfortunate events, Renee is always in a position where he has to say something really queer in his presence, which has him convinced that they're on the same wavelength.
Wavelength,
yeah. This could be a thing.
So yeah, and Renee is all the time fighting off. Like, yeah, he's trying to like snuggle with all the serving girls and keep the lieutenant away. He ends up with the lieutenant a bunch, and the serving girls are busy or unavailable, even though they too love
and
him.
How it didn't trip and fall into straight up homophobia, I don't know, because the character is so delightful and so wonderful, and like you really feel for him. Like you feel for him so much. And yeah, the entire plot of the show is that they have stolen a portrait by Van Clomp of the Madonna with the big boobies, and they're trying. Everyone wants a copy of this so that they can sell it after the war and live well. And so all of the hijinks are about them trying to find forgers, trying to figure out which of the forgeries is the real one, putting it in Knockwurst, which of course has to be down multiple people's pants, including one woman that I have to say was one of the funniest scenes in the whole thing, and involved a complete misunderstanding by the lieutenant who didn't know that it was a woman in a male uniform, and thought that he had hit the jackpot for the night.
Oh
so
my.
good, so good. And the leapfrog.
Very adorable.
You gotta have the leapfrog. Oh, like if you thought they tried to get away with a lot with Are You Being Served? Like this show, they just went have fun. Just.
It was, yeah. It's really like a lovely, whimsical, delightful sort of way to approach a very dark and horrible time in human history.
Because nobody actually cares about the things that they should be caring about. Like they're literally at the furthest extent of the war. The fighting's all really far away. They just don't care. They're just trying to make
it was meant as a parody of like Dad's Army and all these other shows that glorify World War II.
Mm-hmm.
And this was like that take of like you glorify it, but it really wasn't. People didn't know what they were doing. They were all just messing around trying to meddle their best through a terrible, huge war. And so it was really like a tongue-in-cheek at poking fun at all this romanticizing of war, which I'm totally behind.
Yes, because war, to quote my Yoda, war does not make one great. Yes, true things.
The only time I've seen John Cleese play a serious character was in the 1994 Frankenstein with Kenneth Branagh.
Uh-huh.
It took me a while. I'm like, that can't be. He's too serious.
That can't be.
It is.
And I do love the story about how they got their name. Like, if you've never, like, I don't want to spoil the humor because I really can't do it. If you've never heard why John Cleese's name is John Cleese, just search "Why is John Cleese called John Cleese" and find the video where he find any of the many times he's explained this. It is a gloriously wonderful story where he rips his father into pieces. It is so funny, and I love it. I love it so much.
So I opened Artbreeder.
Oh dear.
So basically, it's
how many
over?
people have you created so far?
No, I just opened it because I was thinking because my brain was still processing, like, because I actually listened to and watched my video. What? Yes. And the image that I ended up taking from it, I was like, if I combined that with the picture of Dinah, it would actually look how I originally intended her to look, but with blue eyes. Instead of the red hair.
I think I'm going to do another sprint. Like, if y'all want to. I mean, I have nothing better to do. I have yet to get the text saying that the hubby's going home, and I'm going to be in here working regardless, because what am I going to do? Go in the other room and enjoy? I'm reading my own fan fiction of my own world right now, which is really what this book is.
To be honest, if I get off the stream before I finish my pages for the day, I'm not going to finish my pages for the day because I'm just going to end up reading one of two books or watching The Nanny. So
I have to say, let me see if I can load this real quick because I did load that cover that I did into Vela, and oh my goodness, I was hoping it would look good, but where are you?
Could I share the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Here, let me do this real quick, and then
I wish I could share my screen. I've been making a video for my intro video, and it's got a cute little hippo.
Yeah, it's too dark.
You think it's too dark?
I can't really see it.
I like it.
I just mean just the slightest lighter.
I can do that.
Not like a lot more, but just slightly. Just enough to actually make out some of the details a little bit better.
Yeah, because we want to see that blue and purple. We want to see that a little bit better.
I can't.
Yeah, I wanted
not with it in Vela.
Because I'm glad that it's staged correctly, because that was worrying me that it wouldn't, where was it going to end up on the page?
Mm-hmm.
But
can you change the font where it says Blinded Angels, or is that the font that you?
That's the font that they chose.
Okay.
Yeah, you get you get what you get with that.
Can't change the color either.
Nope.
I take it. Oh my.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
The only options. Well, I've got this open. There's nothing like incriminating in here. All you get to do is set whether or not your story is ongoing or complete, its name, what your name is, a description up to 500 characters, which is not a lot for what this is going to be. Yeah. You get to pick 2 categories, which they're not even like good lists of categories. So I picked those 2, and you get a whole whopping 5 tags.
I can. Well, when I
says
have
up
my
to
screen
7
shared, I can
tags.
also show you my Vela.
Where does it say only 5 tags?
Yeah, you have 7 tags.
It says up to 7 tags.
In the thing that when I put 6 in my other one, it said you have to remove 1.
Well, now it says
Is my
7.
PvP just completely janked?
Why does
Do I
it
need
say
to contact
7?
them again?
Yeah, because it
says 7 on
says
your
share
screen,
what's
too.
unique about your story. Add 1 tag at a time, up to 7 tags.
Yeah, the other one I don't know.
Maybe you
I
should
will
check
send them
the
a
other
thing.
one.
I will send them a thing. Like I said, I feel like
It's okay. It's okay.
I just feel like
Okay.
because I thought it was 7, and then when I typed in the 6th one, it said you have to remove a tag.
So, hold on. Where's the original image? Here's the original, quote unquote, Dinah image. Here is me just editing that one image and making it like more auburn colored. Or I can start combining these 2 images.
That is true.
It is. You can also use the child feature, and it'll give you more of a blend without as much randomness.
Yeah, well, child feature is actually this. You actually mean the crossbreed feature.
Yeah, I mean the crossbreed. Yeah.
Yeah, and yes.
Because it really doesn't do as much randomness.
Yeah.
If you depending on how much control you want over the, merging of the 2.
Sometimes I like the more settings thing because I can do very slight adjustments throughout it, whereas this way.
And then as it does with half of my characters, the boys turn into David Bowie.
I mean, there's worse things to happen. I'm just saying.
You just have a habit of making.
I'm saying
David
apparently
Bowie.
all of my protagonists in the book I'm currently looking at are David Bowie. Apparently, because it just goes, I don't know, David Bowie.
Now I need to listen to Ground Control to Major Tom.
Like, how did you get to David Bowie from where we started? Like, I'm looking at the seed pictures and where we started at. I don't know how we got here, but fine. Yes, they're David Bowie.
David Bowie is always.
She looks more. This one looks much more alive than this one.
Yeah, true.
Like the pink to her cheeks,
Mm-hmm.
and whereas this one's got like the paler complexion.
And the very full hair.
Yes.
For some
I'm
reason,
here.
that just made me think of Elizabeth from Poldark.
I love that show.
Such a good show.
Me too.
I'm on a stream. Charlie.
Who else?
Oh, earlier I was reading from a thing using dictation.
Oh, you sounded like you were getting sassy with somebody. That's why I was like, who is
Oh, I might have actually been getting sassy.
I love the idea of Kat sitting in her office, just like reading her computer for filth, and then looking at it and going, "Oh, that's a really pretty love poem." Like, just I just love the idea that the idea that somebody could find that the only way dictation works for them is just to be as nasty and like full on into it with.
Oh, I can also open up
Y'all-
the Kindle Vella that I started page.
I have to go. I just got tired all of a sudden.
Oh,
No.
Oh no.
oh no! I hope everything's okay.
No,
Rest
I'm okay. My body just almost never tells me that I'm tired. So when it does
Until
tell me,
it's tired.
yeah,
Yeah, it means it's time to
Same.
listen and get some rest.
it does.
Yeah, get
Y'all
some,
are
Miss
so
you
fun.
dearly.
Oh, miss
Have
you
the
guys.
fun.
Sleep well.
You
Sleep
too.
well. Yes.
Bye.
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 Bye, Chandra.
Here's my Vella attempt cover.
See,
Ooh.
I love the
Cute, I
words
like
in
it.
there. I know that they're trying to get people not to do that, but I feel like I feel like these are all going to be about the size of a pencil eraser on somebody's phone, and they're just gonna look like Rorschach tests. Like they're just gonna be little smudges of color.
Okay, can you pull this up on your phone and see what it looks like? Because I can't imagine what the size is going to be, but how it's going to look on phone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I haven't uploaded mine yet.
Let me check.
So I don't know. Cool.
Because I'm really, I'm so concerned about what these are going to actually look like in practice.
Yeah, because I know on another stream someone was saying that the letters really did not look good. So I wasn't sure if they just needed to change the font or because this doesn't look bad. Like, but I can't tell. I'm all
Here's how it looks on my. Let me lower my brightness. Here's how it looks on my phone. It doesn't look bad on my phone. Like it's showing it like a book size right now.
Yeah, but that's the question: is how big are they actually going to?
Yeah.
Like
in
Kindle.
Like,
So-
is your
Maybe
phone
it's
going to be
gonna
like
be-
that cover page, that whole cover page, or is it going to be just a little thing?
I imagine it's probably going to end up like this or smaller, and you can't even see it. But I zoomed out to like 50%. So the circle is like the size of a quarter right now on my screen.
Because if we are
Also, it's a giant screen. I should state.
Because if we are fortunate, let's see, how am I going to do this? Darkroom. They'll look about this size, like they do in the Audible
when you're
app.
searching.
Yeah, on the Audible app. I'm hoping they will be
and
around
then
this size.
And then you'll see the circle
And then
instead of the square.
Right. A square means that not is because my theory that I am fully prepared to be proven wrong for is that a square is going to mean audiobook, rectangle means ebook, and circle means Vela.
Oh.
Yeah, also, because in the story image, they say that they display the name under the image. So I'm wondering if it's going to be like the book shape, but it'll have that very specific
like
circle image in it.
Like it's showing in the preview.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like them to at least launch it to certain people. And then
I would like for them to at least let us change the color, if not the font, so that it would go. Some of us are very visual, and we need things to look a certain way.
Especially because brand color is such an important thing in a fiction series, because it helps people to know where you are and how you should stand out on the shelf. And if they're not going to give us that ability, I would
unless it's going to look like this, how they have on one of the resource pages. I'm still sharing my screen if you wanted to pull this up. From the Kindle Vela thing, unless it looks like this, but small.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking it's going to look like, but only be like really, really small.
Small. Like they'd show that, and then I wish they'd show like what the catalog will look like.
Yeah.
I want to know what that's going to look like.
Because I need everything, when you're just looking through it on the catalog, I want you to be able to see the image that goes with it really well. You know, and you're only getting a circle. I feel like,
Yeah, I have so many feels.
Like a 1600 by 1600 circle could be like shown in so many different ways. Like, how big is this really?
Yeah, it's like there's so many unanswered questions, but like
Also,
like
this is definitely Wattpad-y.
Yeah, it gives me a Wattpad feel.
Yep.
I wish that we could do all the things that you can do with Wattpad on here, because then that would just be really cool for me, because I have all these comic images that I could put in there.
Chandra, if it makes you feel better, you have absolute permission to just like rest.
Yes.
That's like my dream.
Sleep is
like the most
important.
productive thing I could do would be to actually get a successful night of sleep.
Oh,
So-
wait, is it gonna look like? Is it gonna look like this? I scrolled down a little bit more. Hold on. I have to
I
share my
read in the
screen.
middle of a book.
I scrolled down. I can just slightly see it. So down here, how this is like this gonna be the size?
Mm.
And how is that going to scale per device? Because
I'd imagine like this is a phone, but how is that? How's that gonna be like on a Kindle or an iPad?
because one of the things that I've been trying to optimize this picture for, and I'm just going to have to take it out of Canva and do it in Pixelmator to get the fine control that I want. The thing that I'm trying to optimize for is I know a lot of people are going to be seeing these in black and white on their Kindle.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing that you need to be thinking about is what does this look like in black and white and how distinctive is it? Which is why, if you notice, I used very iconographic imagery. That's sharp, bright lines. Because I love e-ink. I love e-ink a lot. It has its purposes. It has its functions. But it can make a book cover look muddy as
Yes.
So
I mean, I love the price point on those less expensive Kindle devices. Like our library was giving away as prizes and everything. It was wonderful.
Okay.
But
Somebody's gotta be the mother around here.
it's well, at least someone's the mother.
I took one of those personality U quizzes for what kind of magical girl I would be. Guess which one I got?
The mother.
The mother?
Yes.
Our mom's magical? Is that like what they're saying?
Okay,
Mom
how does
magic?
this look in black and
Somebody
white?
at work.
I think it looks really cool.
yeah, I think that still
That
looks
looks
really
I
good.
like that better.
That
in
looks
black
really
and white.
good.
But see, that's what I'm talking about is you picked a very good silhouette type image.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's going to stand up to that black and white screen.
Yeah.
And-
Hey.
And I went with that silhouette image because I didn't know what it was going to look like, and so I said I want something that's going to look good no matter what they do to it.
Because until we know what the actual use case is, I like golden rule in publishing, assume the worst, just assume the worst. And then be pleasantly surprised if you're wrong.
Yes.
And so I'm just assuming that, you know, a lot of people are going to be seeing this in black and white, and it's going to be really, really tiny, and the pixel ratio is not going to be all that good because it's going to be on an e-ink screen.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I'm willing to be wrong, but I know a lot of the people that I know that voraciously, like, most of the people that I know that are really into like Kindle Unlimited, which seems like a similar audience that they're gonna have for Kindle Vella, right? Those people that are just wedded to this ecosystem and just I'm gonna read everything, all of it now. They're using basically Paperwhites like I am. They either have a Paperwhite or an Oasis, and it's gonna be that black and white screen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, grayish white. Like it's not. It tries so hard. it really does. Good night, Mr. P.
Good night.
Have
Yeah,
the
Hi,
fun.
Mr. P.
But yeah, I just I'm hoping look, I've said it 1,000 times. I love this style of writing. I want somebody to make it work. I think if anybody can, Amazon can. But if they're not going to listen, if they're just going to bulldoze through, because I feel like that's how their other ventures have not worked. It's why they just bought the top 3 reading sites and figured out which one was actually going to have traction and shut the others down. Well, I think they should. I think Library Thing, because they own Library Thing, Shelfari, and Goodreads, and really stopped developing the other 2 because people went to Goodreads, which I have feels about, and if I could ban my books from being on Goodreads, I would do it. But there's a culture over there that I'm not fond of.
Yes.
And it's not because they're readers.
Yeah.
But-
I have a Goodreads account because I feel like I need to have one, but
Yep.
don't use
Same.
it.
Same.
Just so I can have my name, and that's about it.
And make sure nobody else can squat on your name, because it's upsetting how easy it is to claim an author profile.
Or do they just
What?
person? Do they
I mean, I hope they've made it harder than it was when I
I think
claimed
they
on-
might.
Or do they just see person and they're like food machine?
Maybe. I don't. They don't squeak as much at Caitlin. Actually,
swear,
they
all I
do
have
a
to do is
different
think
squeak
about
at her.
Well, I feel like they
Like
also
more of a
know
get
when
out.
they see me, they're like,
And me.
oh, she's here.
Huh.
So,
What is?
It's charm.
question.
It's time, mother.
Yes.
I used to watch a lot of movies because that's my job is making movies. And so I used to do that. I wouldn't really watch TV shows because that was a much bigger time commitment.
Right.
But since I've started writing, I've stopped watching movies altogether as well.
Hmm.
And so, like, because I feel like I'm not working, I should be writing.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, how do you give yourself permission to do other things, but still get stuff done?
Is
because
it
you're
weird
working
to say schedule it? So, like, on this day, so, like, every Saturday for 2 hours, that is for either a TV show or a movie or just something that you enjoy. And then one day during the week, you have a 2-hour time period set aside for something else that you enjoy that you don't do because you feel like you should be working, but you're not. The problem is you have to refill yourself with that creativity, or you burn yourself out and you're just like, I
Sure.
can't write anything.
You got to refill the well.
Yeah.
It's like
That's
I haven't burnt
that's why I
out
started
yet.
reading again. Mm-hmm.
Like I haven't burnt out yet with ideas, but like I still haven't watched my Christopher Lee Dracula movies that I bought. Like I watched the first one,
Hurts.
and I'm a third of the way through the second one. But every time I turn it on, it's like this movie's moving a little slow. I should be writing for an anthology.
That hurts.
Try to maybe if you're depending on the type of personality you have, it might be better to even tell yourself that it's part of research and part of learning.
Yeah, Chandra has that in the chat.
So-
You could consider
yeah.
watching movies continuing education.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, take notes during the movie so it feels like you're being productive while you are
Yep.
being productive. But like take notes and, you know, take notes on style and story, you know, story arc, that kind of stuff, and then you
Like,
can
my
trick
old
your mind
laptop
into-
had a DVD drive in it, a CD drive, and so I was able to screenshot my way through movies and analyze the composition and the light directions and stuff.
Yeah.
So I would watch a lot of movies because I was actively studying them, and I would write up analyses of them on my blog. But like,
So
I don't know.
my biggest problem with all this is that with the one podcast, I do a lot of reviews on there, and so it's even harder when you're doing that because then you start feeling like, oh, I don't want to watch that. That's work. Like I need to remember it to do the recap and the review for the thing.
Yeah.
The way I've muscled through personally is the least healthy of all. I have some things where with what I am obsessed, and I just can't not do it.
Carrie.
Hi. Hey.
Carrie, I said hi, but I was muted.
Wow. The way that I watch is I watch some movies and TV shows to get in the mood for a kind of tone for writing. I watch some shows and movies to get inspiration, like for background settings or dialogue, because some shows or movies do great dialogue, and like I'm going to be in a dialogue heavy scene. And then some I watch for pure play, for enjoyment, because at a certain point I have to unplug the analysis brain and just experience. Like, so right now I have been mainlining Looney Tunes. When I wake up,
so many.
Endorse those.
there's like, I don't know, 40 seasons of Looney Tunes.
Okay, but I had Looney Tunes for homework in college. Like, I have been trained to
Well, but I'm
study
just saying, like,
animation and
whatever,
effects
you
and
know?
everything.
Yeah.
All right, watch Robot Chicken.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay,
It's
let me
about
explain
whatever's
something to
gonna work for you. Whatever's gonna
That
work for you,
can
do
just
it.
enjoy and love with your whole heart. Some people, it's like maybe cooking shows, but like whatever you just can enjoy with that childlike love of play, and just enjoy that time, because you know what? If you don't, you will get so miserable that you will make every person you love miserable. And so you owe it to everybody you love to spend at least an hour or two out of every day just being fun, doing the thing that most makes you happy, whether it's playing dress up or watching your favorite cartoons or telenovelas or whatever. You owe it to everybody you love to refill your heart every day.
Good night, Mama.
Night to Mama.
Good night. So, like, if nothing else, let guilt help you.
Or find
I
your
feel
trash.
guilt when I watch.
No,
Find
no,
your
you
trash.
have to do it. It's like
No,
you just have to do it.
So
Stay healthy.
I
You
am one of those
gotta.
people
push-
that I can't watch something. Like I can't just watch something.
If I'm not giving it my full attention, I am dishonoring it and dissing the art.
I'm in the same boat as Laura with that. Yeah.
I can't. I try, and then I'm just like, I can't.
Your
do
new
this.
baby looks so good, Carrie.
So
I love
adorable.
you.
He's not mine. He's my best friend. She got him at Build-A-Bear.
I love it.
Oh.
I mean, it's like the size of a little baby.
I knew it so much. I just want to expand on what I keep like chanting in the background. Find your trash. There's certain things that I cannot be analytical about just because I know I have like a weird sweet spot for them. Like you give me something with fairies in it, I'm probably going to watch it with my brain turned off, trying to figure out which is my favorite one, no matter how bad it is. Fairies, vampires, there are certain things that like, I just love that thing so much. Like there's a reason why I'm like advocating, like I want 20 seasons of Fate, the Winx saga, even though it's a pile of hot trash, except for Tara. Tara is my heart. Tara is my heart. I need all of her. Just let her take over the show.
I still haven't watched it yet, but which is
Yeah, I
ironic
feel
because
it's
Tara
in my
is
list.
one of the only ones that was not originally in it. They
She's
actually
amazing.
created her for the show.
I love her with
Hey,
all my heart.
That was
I
a
think
good choice.
the actress, everything about her, I love her. But I can watch a show like this and my brain can't function because one, it's sitting back going, wait, that's the dude from Downton Abbey. And I'm so, oh, he's a badass swordsman now. Okay. Like I enjoy these on a level that they were not intended to be enjoyed on. And that's my favorite kind of story. Like I'm not in this for like, I don't care if the writing is good. I really don't care. Are there fairies? Is there magic? Is somebody going to be really bitchy with somebody else? Good, go. Like that's what I'm here for. Like,
Yeah. For me, it's like Jewish jokes, Yiddish jokes, anything that has that kind of comedy. It just refills me, and so I can just let it. Just I know, like, oh, they've got the comedy covered. I don't have to do anything. I can just love and be in it. But like most people have something that they just will always enjoy. They could never get enough of. And I guess maybe figuring out what that is for you.
I have 2 shows like that, and none of my friends or family watch them, so there's nobody geek out about it with it, and so it just ruins it.
What are they?
What are they?
Hannibal, the TV series with Mads Mikkelsen and Hugh Dancy, and Attack on Titan,
Mm.
an anime.
I might be able to help you with the latter because I can't watch anything that is even Thomas Harris adjacent, even though I love Mads Nicholson. But Thomas Harris, there's a special place in hell for you and your transphobic butt, and I can't wait for you to find it. Anywho,
When I first got into Doctor Who, I think Matt Smith had already taken in, so I had to start from. I started from Christopher Eccleston, and I binged like crazy. Any free minute I had, I was watching Doctor Who. And then I met that bozo over there, and he started loaning me his comics. And my friend's mom said, I think that means he likes you. What are you talking about? I have never known a guy who would willingly loan out his comics, let alone to a girl.
I mean, fair. That's a good
Fair.
assessment.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of those places where you may want to take the best piece of psychological advice that Carl Jung ever came up with. And that is, remember back to your childhood, what was your favorite thing? Do that. Because there really is some truth. There really is some truth to that. Like, I unironically love the Transformers. I don't care. Some of the shows are terrible. Prime is amazing. Like, I will fight people over Transformers Prime because that was a great show. And I have strong feels. The new Netflix stuff's pretty good too. But I have watched every episode of this garbage fire, except for some of the Japanese ones that I've not been able to get my hands on yet, not without trying. But I don't speak enough Japanese to understand them because they've never been subtitled. But yeah, I love stuff like that. And going back to it refills that well in me because it brings me back to that little kid who loved the Transformers, who, you know, that She-Ra show was like magic because I love She-Ra and that show should have been better than it was. And then they're like, here's She-Ra, but it's better than it was. And I was like, yes, yes. Oh, and all the gayness. Give me all the 2 moms and 2 dads. Like, yes. All of this. I need it. I need it. And the new Glimmer is my heart. But like, yeah, find that thing that when you were a kid, and even if it's trash, like I remember trying to rewatch He-Man because I loved He-Man and She-Ra, and She-Ra is much easier to rewatch than He-Man is, by the way. If this is a road anybody tries to go down or you're curious, because they literally handed J. Michael Straczynski the character sheets for She-Ra and said, I don't know, make show. And he did that thing that he can't help but do, but write characters in story. So it actually has characters in a story. And He-Man was like, I don't know, sell toys. Because, you know, it was that girl show. They didn't care that much, which let them actually do a halfway decent show. But yeah, it was terrible. It broke
Mighty
me.
Morphin Power Rangers was my like thing when I was like 9.
I was banned from watching it because it made me violent. I would go around the backyard stabbing things.
Oh, maybe it is time to revisit.
And then when I got
my sister that
I was rewatching it and went, wow! That's when I started to notice that it was dubbed. Don't pay attention to that when you're 9-10 years old. That's when I started to learn about the reused footage from the what was the show that they used? Super Sentai show?
Yeah, Super Sentai.
Yeah.
Go Ranger. Yeah, Super Sentai Go Ranger. But like there will be something that just completely infatuates you. Like I have a special place in my heart for stupid rom-coms, especially the new cottage industry of really, really dumb lesbian rom-coms, which I am here for every one of them. I don't care how stupid, like how many lesbians have met by beating their head together at a water cooler because one of them dropped a cup. I don't know all of them according to the movie industry, but I'm here for it. Like I don't care. It's cute. It's
a cute trope.
Yes, it's a cute trope. I'm here for it. I watch all of them. Just give me all of them. Or find something to rewatch.
Yeah.
Every time I'm feeling bad, he puts on the Alien movies.
Yeah, like when Tom was really saddest, it's like, let's go to Netflix and find a new rom-com for you. And he's like, no, I don't want to. And then by the end, he's like, I feel better. Like, it's just, find what like makes like the dark days brighter. Because you stop thinking so hard about it. You know, like TV.
And maybe it's not TV. Like this is where we as a pop culture need to realize there's more things out there. I would not have gotten through last year without my little Swedish devil band. I really would not have made it through last year. But with all of the things going on, like, oh, that Mexico City concert, like, oh my goodness, like obsessively talking with strangers on the internet about a weird devil band from Sweden really helped me get through last year a lot because one, I love their music. It's really good. I like their videos. I like their aesthetic. And there was a long debate over whether or not Papa Nihil was murdered or if he had a heart attack. He had a heart attack. I don't care what anybody says. No, canon now. They released the video for Pro Memoria. You can see him die. He just grabs his chest and falls over. There's the debate.
Wait, what if he was poisoned?
I was about to say heart poison.
That's more.
Oh, it could definitely be poison. That I'm going for. A lot of people said he was stabbed. Like the going conspiracy theory was that one of the nameless ghouls stabbed him, because it's hard to see in the somebody accidentally bootlegged this concert onto the internet and we forgot to take it down footage. Whole concert anyway. It's hard to tell who gets to him first. So yes, but yeah, so which caused us all to go back and rewatch all of the videos and like figure out, oh wait, they actually knew that this was going to happen here and because stupid obsessions are the best obsessions. They are the best, most wonderful things, because you know what? It doesn't matter if you're wrong. Like if you're worried about why in the silent movie version of the video for Square Hammer is there a bright red cardinal when nothing else has color, and you have theories. It doesn't matter if your theories are wrong.
That's a great song.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if your theories are wrong. It doesn't matter. It's fun to theorize with a bunch of strangers on the internet and friends about why is there one thing with color in this video.
When I was really like my life was falling apart. This was over 10 years ago now. This was like the ex left because I was spending too much time taking care of our mother who had cancer and was also sleeping his way through all my friends. So obviously they weren't friends. And, and I ended up having to close my business because I was spending too much time taking care of my mom, driving her to New Orleans and back all the time for doctor appointments and everything, and unscheduled hospital visits. What Tom would do was he would take me for long drives through the country and play all of his favorite sad and happy music. So that was how I found Panic at the Disco, My Chemical Romance, Fall Out Boy, and Mika. And that is what Mika. My divorce and my mother's cancer sounds like to me. And I would just roll the window down, stick my arm out, and cry into the sunset while Tom pretended not to see, because like I just wasn't ready, for anyone to witness how I really felt as I was trying to process it myself. And we would literally do that like every day we were home that didn't have a doctor appointment. And I would feel better after every 2 or 3 hour drive as he's just trying to find every back road in all of South Mississippi. And that helped me. But like, it's sort of, you just kind of have to get out there and figure out what will work and, essentially expect to fail a lot before you find something. So don't be discouraged by all the things that didn't work.
The last year of my unscheduled mental health vacation sounded like Miki Blanco and Princess Nokia's Wish You Would. Because that's the only thing that would get me out of bed. Like there was something about that song that would get me out of bed and move into the living room and try to like human that day. So that, yeah, I feel that. I feel that. The hubby is here, by the way, and he keeps muttering in the back. I got through 2020 by murdering a lot of plants. So I think he wants me to pass this message along because he did.
Well, I did because I thought I would love doing hydroponic growing, and it turns out I suck at it, and I killed everything. But I had a lot of fun trying. The journey was still exciting.
Yeah, the journey's still valid.
Yeah,
he killed so many plants. So many.
I killed many plants, but
murder of plants. I find it.
I even got some to grow.
I can understand the plant killing. I recently killed my aloe plant. Recently died.
Oh wow!
How hard it is to kill the aloe plant.
I mean, that's skills
that
you should like offer to the USDA or help in weed management. We have it where we are. We have a real problem with Kogon grass, and nothing kills it. And when Mom was still alive, I was like, my mother can kill anything, including a lily pad. Once it was a Mother's Day gift. And she overwatered a lily pad, y'all, and it died. I will take that as a point, Charlie. And so I knew a friend who worked at the USDA, and I was like, I would like to offer my mother as like a way to combat Kogon grass here, because this woman literally killed lily pad with overwatering. And he's like, we are very interested in your mother's methods of plant management. So I'm just saying, It's how you look at it. It's not necessarily a bad thing to kill plants if you use your powers for good. How do you overwater a lily pad, y'all? My mother did it. We looked it up. Why did it die?
So back onto like getting enjoyment from like watching movies and not feeling like you need to be doing something. Sometimes doing something that's not related to the thing that eventually you want to be able to do again, like just like listening to music and just allowing yourself to enjoy music might eventually lead into doing the other things.
Yeah.
Because once you allow yourself to just enjoy something and not be like, I need to be doing this.
If you need the ultimate diversion, I cannot recommend Legendary on HBO enough, just because this is what my childhood looked like the parts that I choose to remember, and you will understand me a lot better, for better or worse, through watching this show. And you'll get to see an entire side of the world that most people never, ever knew existed. It's amazing. Like, they captured my people in all of their viciousness.
When I got that library job, I had found out that I had inadvertently been training for librarianship for like a solid 10 years. I ended up working as an interloan librarian, and it turned out that the 6-7 years I had been doing paperback swap was essentially interlibrary loan librarianship, including the packaging of all the books to mail between libraries. I had trained myself how to do it several years before by doing this thing. And all I thought was I was just helping spread used books all over the world and also getting credits so I could also get all the Terry Pratchett books I wanted to read. So, like, just pick a random thing, and whether it works out or not, you never know. So have a good time.
Yeah. That's a lot of what I do too, Heather. Just, I do a variety of different things. But Laura does a variety of different things too already. It's kind of, you just need to find a way to make it relaxing and fun, and then find you want to actually watch more TV shows. Am I right? Is it something you want to do, or you feel like you need to be doing it? Because if something you don't even want to be doing.
Well, it feels like everybody else does it. They play games and they watch movies, and I don't.
I want to do it. Okay.
In all honesty, when I'm talking about watching TV shows, it's because I'm rewatching TV shows. I've seen Leverage 8 times. I've watched it.
You don't want to know how many times I've seen Star Trek. I'm
not going to tell you how many
every
times.
One of them, every season, every episode.
I've seen the Gilmore Girls how many times now? Like a billion?
Yeah, I've rewatched the entire Gilmore Girls at least 4 times in my life. I'm not going to tell you how many times I've rewatched the one season of, what was the Star Trek cartoon? Was it Discovery? No, that's not it.
Lower Decks.
Lower Decks. That's
Lower
it.
Decks, the new one, yeah.
I've literally 26 times I've watched an entire season of a cartoon here of Lower Decks.
But it's so good.
Yeah. Yes, I know.
The Inuyasha movies. You and I used to watch all the time.
So, just just see what feels good.
Or what stirs some weird rambly rant that you want to have with someone. Because like last night, because we watched Star Trek. I watched Star Trek as my wind down show. So when it's about time to because I love it so much, and I've seen like everything, and we found out like Picard can't make the list. Tried it. No, you're dead to me. Like off the boat. But yeah, we just watched the episode last night where Dax is a lesbian? Question mark.
Yes.
Not really. And like we've been talking about it all day, like back and forth all day, even though we've seen this episode like 5,000 times. Just like exactly who thought like, here, we're gonna make lesbian relationships acceptable to middle America by adding in this, like they're the reincarnated lovers from a previous heterosexual relationship. That will make this make more sense to people. Who thought this? Who thought this?
Were they trying though?
That happened in one of my mangas that I'm reading.
This was a while ago. They were trying, maybe.
I don't know. I still think that they could have done David Gerald's script Fire and Blood, and it would have been better. If you want to know what Star Trek could have looked like, because David Gerrold, who was a writer for the original series and for the beginning of TNG, left and almost took my beloved Riker with him, because Riker was supposed to be bisexual. And if you actually pay very close attention to the way Riker is played, he is played that way because yes, Jonathan Frakes. And there was a script.
Number one?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's been a long time.
And there was a script that was put in that basically, it was actually one of those few sci-fi scripts that is a very interesting analogy for AIDS, because they couldn't do an AIDS story because that would definitely be cured by the 24th century, right? So we have to have a different disease, right? And David Gerrold wrote this beautiful script, and Gene told him there will be no gay characters on this show, because the network basically said one gay character, the show's canceled.
Wow. That terrible network.
And so David Gerrold actually wrote those 3 scripts into a series of books. They're the Star Wolf novels by David Gerrold, where he did the barest minimum to not be sued by Paramount to not make them Star Trek books. I mean, the barest minimum. Like, if you don't know who the characters are, you didn't watch the show. Like, you watch one episode of TNG, read this book, you will know who all the characters are. It's very obvious. And yeah, they could have tried harder, is basically what I'm saying. they could have tried harder. But Gene was not up for a fight.
I mean, like, okay, so I had originally, this is so long ago now, 15, 18 years ago, I had tried to learn a scrapbook. The internet was still young. And I was not good at it. I was not any good at it. But everybody was doing it, and I thought I should do it, and I wanted these keepsakes, right, of scrapbooking. I don't know. There was glue and glitter involved, so we were definitely checking a lot of boxes. And stickers. Oh, yeah, we were checking the boxes. And I gave up on it because I was like, I am no good at this hot mess. Fast forward 5 years, and I am in the education program the second time round. And now I am definitely determined to get my education degree. And I am, one of my specialties is actually as a reading specialist. So I could do diagnostics when children have trouble reading. Why? We need to know why. So in this class, this very important advanced level class, one of our assignments is we get assigned a child to help for the entire semester. And what we have to do, as well as all the other things, all the diagnostics, all the treatment, we come up with a treatment plan, is we need to make 2 scrapbooks, one for the child of all of their reading lessons, so they would have happy memories of this experience, and one for us as a portfolio to show, like, I guess, like a big old flex. I don't know. Mm-hmm. And I was like, finally, all the stickers that have been rotting in the back of my closet, the scrapbook is useful. Well, yes, I did make an A. Anyhow, and I had a 13-year-old boy, and I'm like, you just not want a scrapbook. I gave him the scrapbook I made. He got, and he was like, this is for me? You made this for me? And I'm like, yes. I made a remembrance of every lesson we had of this whole semester of learning, of practicing reading. Because he was a 13-year-old boy who'd been held back twice, who read on a 7-year-old level. And by the time we were done, he was up to a 9.5-year-old level. And as well as I'd finally got him to start planning a career beyond basketball, because I'm like, honey, you can't depend on the body forever. Let's come up with another career. And so part of like what I had him practicing reading on was like to discover all the like famous Black inventors and all these things of like, do you see other people? The person who invented the Nerf was a Black man. The person who invented the super squirter, a Black man. Person who invented lawn sprinklers was a Black man in Canada, by the way. So yeah, because he didn't want to water his lawn when he retired from being a railroad engineer. So, which I'm like, that's genius.
That's a mood right there.
Yes, I feel that. And I was like, he's going to throw this away. And instead, the kid was so happy that his mom found my number in the school registry and called me to go, I told him he couldn't keep it. This is too nice. And I'm like, that's his. That's why it has his name in it. He loved it so much. She said he's got it on display on the mantle in our living room so everyone can look at it. You never know what weird skill that you're like, I do not have good skills in this. I tried to learn this art and it's crap. You never know how that will impact later in your life. So go out there and just dabble forever on everything. And it doesn't matter that you're not good at it because you don't know when it will be a crossover success.
That's it. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I just have to
Apparently
say,
he started scrapping after that too, which I thought was cool.
this sermon
That is
brought
cool.
to you by the Dignati.
Yes.
Yes, all of it. Like, yes. And Mindy, Blender, I'm glad you're having fun. Blender and I, like, we are not friends. Like, we don't even hang out. Like, we don't even have friends that hang out with each other. Like, it's, I'm so glad that you're having fun with that. And Tom, who has not stuck his voice in here yet to say this, has brought up, have you checked out the SCP videos on
Yes.
YouTube? Because they are amazing. And if you like weird, spooky stuff, I could start sending links. Like, we could set up a whole thing in the Discord because, like, I love weird YouTube. I love weird YouTube so much. And can I just say, if you like nature videos, find as many people as you can that go hunting for Sasquatch because most of their videos are just beautiful nature walks. Like, they're amazing.
Yeah, there's like a big Sasquatch group here where we are in South Mississippi. They're absolutely convinced that there's southern primates living in our bogs here, and I'm like, okay.
Because
if anybody wants videos, I'd be happy to go down. Tom's got a video camera for the car now.
Because
Yeah, but it's
Sasquatch is the kind of conspiracy theory that I can get into because it doesn't hurt anybody, whether I'm right or wrong. I really don't care.
True.
I really don't care.
What
And
do we
it's like,
care?
but I'm just saying, the videos, like, they go to some of the mountains. Like, there's one group I follow in Oregon. They go to, like, all the mountains looking for stuff. And Oregon mountain ranges are beautiful. There's another one in Idaho that I also really like because I didn't know Idaho was that pretty. Like,
Yeah, you don't hear people bragging about it much. You just hear about all the chewing tobacco.
Yeah, I had no idea
lived
that
there for a
Idaho
year
was
and a
pretty.
half.
Chewing
Wait.
tobacco. Sorry.
Cow farms, sugar
Yeah.
plants,
Potatoes.
Oh,
the
Ricky
sugar
Martin.
refineries. Ugh,
I heard that smells.
like burnt peanut butter.
Oh, well, that's a mood killer. Yeah.
Can I just say I have like the worst gaydar in the universe, though I can smell a non-binary person through the internet. So I at least have one of the like radars that's useful. But the first time I saw the video for La Vida Loca, I was like, Ricky Martin is very cute and so gay.
That's
Like,
what
not-
I
not
said.
even-
Everybody's like, no, he likes women. And I'm like, but doesn't
But does
he?
like it's kind of like how I wasn't surprised when Little Nas X came out because like
Yes.
really like
Yeah,
you were
wasn't
surprised by
Yeah,
that.
I was like, I'm not getting that vibe.
That is the
I'm
most
like,
performative straightness that I've ever seen in my life. I mean, like, I
Oh
also
my
find
god,
it funny when people,
was this last year the year of coming out?
yes,
Yeah, it was one of those kind of years. Yeah, like it's like, well, if I'm gonna die in this pandemic, let everyone know who I really am.
Yep. And like all the people came out, and I'm so here for it because I'm so tired of closets and
Yeah,
people
let's stop
pretending to
faking.
be things other than they are. Because
The only closets that are okay is if your clothes are in them or an office like mine.
or an office, yes, yes. No, I don't
I
want
think I
to
should
ban Heather.
start
Put her
painting
thing up.
again for my journal.
I like art closets.
Right? Yeah.
I like closets that are like big enough to put a lot of stuff in,
Yeah.
or just myself. You know,
Yeah.
as you do.
Yeah, try painting. See what you think of it. It's fun.
Can I do a
But-
show and tell of my journal?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
What you got? Let's see.
I'll go get it.
Okay.
I am excited, so excited.
Yeah, me too. I gotta go soon, but I want to see her journal before I go.
Yeah, I was not expecting him to be home, and I'm
He's like,
definitely
surprise husband.
yes. Hi.
Hell surprise.
Like, I love that he comes in and he no longer says, "You're still streaming." Like, this is just like,
He doesn't.
like, he just waves at me. He waves at the back of the camera as he walks by. And I'm like, they can't see you, but that's okay. And just moves on through. Like,
one day you're gonna turn the camera,
one of these days,
and it's never gonna be facing you. That day.
He's never quite as sneaky as he thinks it is, because the garage is on the other side of this wall. Like, I can hear the car pull in. I can hear the door. I know. Unless I have a really loud death metal on, because sometimes, especially in the last year, I needed to just listen to "Wake of a Nation" by Zeal and Ardor, because sometimes you just need to listen to people scream. And I highly recommend this. It's one of the best protest albums that's come out in a while. Even if it's not to your taste, definitely check it out. It's amazing.
So I was into like collaging the business cards and stuff, and photos and stickers.
Oh, that's
nice.
I like that.
Yeah.
And
that's
then
so pretty.
I got into painting things and stuff, and so where'd it go? So I started doing, like, we played Among Us, and that's a painting of an ornament that I got.
Oh,
And my first ever gouache painting.
Nice.
I like it. Yeah, it's pretty.
Can I just say, in my dreams, this is what my journals look like, instead of just random scribbles and every now and then crude line art.
Beginning of 2021.
Yeah.
nice.
Your journals are like journal goals.
Yeah, they're so pretty.
Spirited Away
Oh,
Oh
they're
my
so
goodness.
cute.
with Radish Spirit.
Oh,
Yes.
So I painted him.
I think
Aw.
that's lovely. I like
I
Radish
painted
Spirit a
the
lot.
flowers.
Nice.
Nice.
I painted No Face. Those are my tug waddles.
Tug waddles.
They're so cute. I love them.
Honestly, I have actually made one of those the canon description of one of the characters in the book.
I love Spirited Away so much, and you're making me so happy right now.
Tokens.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can I just
That's it.
real quick, not to interrupt the flow here, but oh my goodness, like, I have not changed. I'm one of those people that had the same thing on my phone, wallpaper on my phone, for like 2 years, until you painted a certain picture for me. And like, instantly I didn't even think about it. Like, I had the same wallpaper on 2 phones. Through 2 phones. Like, I just was like, no, I'm gonna keep the wallpaper. Let me find it and put it back on there. Like, and I saw that and I didn't even think about it, because the talent. The talent.
Give me your mailing address so I can send you the painting.
Ooh.
Nice.
Consider that. I'm not in the Discord chat. What are you talking about? That's not. I didn't just like jump into the DMs right now. That's totally not what.
No, never.
Never.
Yeah.
No one be surprised if you receive random requests for your address. Once I get my paper. Who knows? It's probably not going to make sense, because it might just be a section out of something, but
You
it's
never
good 'cause
know.
I just
You
bought a
can give it
whole
our-
thing of thank you cards, so you know.
Yeah. So, like, I got into painting at the end of this journal, and now in this one, I haven't really had time, but like, it still looks cool. Like, those are some of the dog toys that I bought,
Oh,
and the first picture of my puppy I ever got.
oh,
yet again,
The puppies like the
your
ones
journal
where
is
where you
goals.
put the
Yeah.
stuff inside of them.
oh, nice.
This is the tag that came with this shirt, because myself and strange and unusual.
Nice.
Yes.
Love it. Love it.
And now I
Yeah.
want to watch Beetlejuice again.
Like, okay, I got these back March 25th, my Christopher Lee Dracula movies. I've still only watched 1 1/3.
You'll get there.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Christopher Lee's voice? Oh,
Working on my.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
This was for Anthropophagus.
See, I in my imagination, this is the kind of journal that I would think. I'm so like, I need to step my game up. I want this so much.
It just sounds like it's so pretty, but it looks like so much effort.
Yeah.
But see, this is exactly how I picture Laura to be. And so that's why I was like, do you want to be watching more TV or do you want to be doing the creative? Do you want to be doing the creative things?
I pulled my Disney Haunted Mansion ears. I ate my Mickey ice cream bar or sandwich, and I watched the fireworks show. That made me cry when I went with my sister.
Aww. Yeah. And you said that you like to have your entire focus on what you're watching because otherwise I'd be like, you could journal and watch a movie.
I saw that Beetlejuice
everybody's
thing.
ADHD cat.
Yeah.
I got
I do, but
oh, nice.
Oh, I love it.
I have one of those, and I'm afraid to write in it because I'm like, it's got to be the perfect thing. Like, it's got to be the perfect thing.
No, this is a planner.
Oh, that's a planner. I have just it's just a blank book journal version of that.
I saw that, but I got him a planner. This is Joe's that I got him for Christmas because Beetlejuice is one of his favorite movies.
I love that.
I do have ADHD, but it's mostly under control right now.
My family hates watching things with me. They're like, can you just sit there?
Nope.
No.
My mom would put her hand on my knee to make me stop bouncing it.
Thing that we watched.
I can't just sit here. I can't just watch something.
We watch when I watch things with the hubby. I have to sit there with the remote so that if something spectacular happens on the screen, I'm ready to rewind it so he can actually see it.
I go through phases where I have a kind of discontent and that I can't stand to watch most TV and movies, like to sit through it. And that's often when me writing instead is the only thing that will soothe my soul. Of like it's this, and it happens about one year out of every 5 years, and it drives me nuts when it happens because I would much prefer to watch TV and movies or just be content. But instead, it's this gnawing discontent, which I often will go into the soliloquy. Now is the winter of our discontent, made glorious by the son of York. And Tom just rolls his eyes as I continue on. But like, it most perfectly expresses how I feel of this gnawing discontent. And the only thing that makes it like ease up is if I just write, because nobody is print publishing what I want to read. So it's the only thing that makes me feel better. And it may just be that you're going through a phase like that. And just, it's okay. Just roll with it.
Because the one thing that I can tell you about burnout as somebody who has like totally done that, because back, remember when blogs first became a thing? I was writing for 15 of them and had weekly deliverables for each one. And they, of course, weren't on the same topic. So I had a lot of research to do. And that was fun. It was exhilarating. It was the birth of a new industry. I loved doing it until that day I woke up and my soul was gone. It just left my body. But there were warning signs. Like burnout doesn't creep up on you. Burnout knows you can feel it coming. You can feel it coming. And I should have listened to the oh, sure. Yeah, I can get the 5 extra things written for this, that, and the other thing. Yeah, definitely. Oh, and we're going to start a new podcast series about this other thing too. Sure, fine. I can do that. And yeah, I could feel the tiredness building in me, but I ignored it. And that's why, like last year when people were like, you're going to burn out, I knew for a fact that wasn't what was going to happen because I was my own entertainment. There was nothing on TV that I enjoyed. None of the movies did anything for me other than listening to like literally 3 bands that were the only music I could stay listening to. If I wanted to be entertained, I needed to write something.
Mm-hmm.
everything else was abject boredom. And so I knew that wasn't going to burn me out writing like a feat like I was, because I don't recommend doing 196,000 words a month for several months straight. It's not, there's a lot, but it wasn't a bad thing because it was all of my entertainment. Like, wasn't watching movies. I wasn't watching TV shows. Like, he was.
Yeah.
But I just happened to be in the room going, yeah.
Exactly. Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I think that's maybe something writers particularly experience, or maybe it's all creatives. I'm not sure. I've asked a bunch of other creative type folks around here, you know, like people who are painters and sculptors, and they don't seem to necessarily experience it like that, where like nothing will do until they just make for a while, you know, to refill that well.
Yeah.
But writers are the only ones I know that, like, I can't stand anything I read. I can't stand anything I watch. Nothing feels right except when I create. And it's like that for half a month, half a year to a whole year, something like that.
Yeah.
He'll tell you, I get very cranky if I am not writing. If I go too long without writing, I get very cranky.
The two things, like I said earlier,
That's why we had to like figure out a routine where I could, you know, take care of Anna during the day and then write during naps and write in the evenings. And he took over bedtime and
it's like I was saying earlier, the two things that he has categorically put his foot down on. I'm not allowed to cut my hair short again. And that was bad for everyone involved. Like, I'm a reverse Samson. All of my happiness is right here. Like, any hope I have of being happiness is in here, and I just need to shake it out better.
So beautiful.
Yes, it's very beautiful.
But
I love the framing.
No, the last time I literally shaved my head. Like, the last time I had a moment. Okay, let's just be really like honest here. Okay. Somebody said that I might be trans, and to show them that I wasn't, I shaved my head.
Oh.
That literally means nothing.
I know that.
My immediate response, that means nothing.
But if you're saying this is me trying to be a feminine, then let me show you how opposite I can go for that. And then I found out without hair, I looked like Aleister Crowley, and I hated everything in the universe.
Methinks thou dost protest too much, my lady.
Oh no, I will see if we can find a picture. There has to be a picture of me somewhere. Like
So my dad, before I was born, at one point in his life, his hair was long enough he could braid it, put it in his back pocket, sit down, and go like this, and not pull his hair.
Life goals.
Somebody offered my father $5,000 for his hair. Because my dad has like this beautiful, naturally, before it turned gray, had this beautiful dark, like chestnut, almost black hair in perfect ringlets.
Oh, nice.
Like, understandable why somebody offered my dad $5,000, maybe $10,000 for his hair. My dad said no. And my whole life, the only times my dad has had short hair is when he married my mother. When I was 4 and he came home and I didn't recognize him, I refused to go near him because he also shaved his beard off. And when my maybe it was when he divorced my mother. He cut his hair off. And then my dad gets a haircut. He got a haircut when I graduated. Like when I went from elementary to middle school, he didn't get it cut as short, but he got it cut. He did not remove the beard, thank God. Because even today, he could walk up to me without a beard and be like, "Oh, get the hell away from me. You are not my father. Come back when you have a beard again. Thank you." The beard never fully comes off anymore. He did not like my reaction, apparently. What am I? So like whenever I have a big accomplishment in my life, my dad cuts his hair. But normally my dad's hair is in a long ponytail. My dad is the one who taught me how to braid my hair, not my mother. So like my dad also is the one who taught me about my period, I should say. That's fine. Like most feminine things are the things my dad, who's a very big, burly lumberjack, essentially, taught me.
So when you're buying pads, what you got to think about?
I'm just saying.
Be the most absorbent while also fitting comfortably.
He's the one who taught me like how to track it and count it and every. Because I was the 6th girl that my dad raised.
So he's like, I got this.
So and like he would go buy my pads, and then he'd come home and he'd be like, here you go, and wait, don't leave, and then he'd pull out a 6-pack of the little candy bars, the fun size candy bars, and slap them right on top of like, there you go. So like that's who my dad.
Tom, you're not the only one.
Can I just say, every time I hear stories about your dad, I think I can't love him more, and then you like find a way. Like you just find a way.
And then like he painted my nails growing up. He also one time I got like the glue on fake nails. He sat there with his glasses on. He used tools he used one of those thingies and he put my hand on it so it was steady, and he was just like very carefully. He paints when my stepmom wants like her toes painted, my dad's the one who paints them for her, and like all
sweet.
These things that are stereotypically not masculine, and you look at my dad and you're like, oh, acceptable, sir.
The best painters I know are men who paint figurines around town, but like if you want a detailed nail art, that's who I go to for the coolest abstract art on my nails, because they already are practicing all this tiny painting with enamel of like, the things that our society calls feminine and masculine. That's BS. No.
So, Kat, when I ask for a picture of your dad, it's just to literally put it on my altar. Like, he's the thing I should be praying to.
To frame it and put a heart around it. And light a candle.
It's all good.
Like, I'm looking over at like all of the saints on the altar, and I'm going, we're missing one. There's somebody who needs to be here. There's somebody who needs to be here.
Obviously, my father has faults, but
everyone does.
All right, guys, I gotta go. I'm on the East Coast, so it is super late.
Have the fun.
Same.
Good night. See you tomorrow.
All right, see you tomorrow, Glory.
So, oh man. Yeah, I was just thinking maybe it's time to go into however long we're going to after party and move this off of the interwebs for a little bit, because all I know is the hubby came home, whispered into my ear, I have a story that I have to tell them, but only in the after show. It's not for the regular show.
Oh, let's go. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a great night.
Nice knowing you. See you later. Bye.
Story to hear.
I'm a story hunter. I gotta go hook some stories up.
But something happened, and he's decided to say it. But yeah, on the other thing, yeah, I am under no illusion that people are good. Like in the video that just came out on my other channel today, I talk about my love for the work of Hildegard of Bingen and then castigate her for being like, yay crusades, because she understood enough about compassion. I read her book. She should have realized like murdering people bad. Like, girl, read your own book. Read your own book. Amen. Your own book is like, anywho, so I'm not one for like lionizing people as being perfect, because none of us are. And for the most part, that is a wonderful thing, because perfection is boring. Perfection is dull.
Also, perfection is a perception.
Yeah.
I have been saying that like since I was 8. I don't know where I heard it, but I've constantly been saying perfection is a perception, and people are like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm like, what's perfect to you is not perfect to me.
So, does anybody have anything that they want to say before we head off into the wild blue yonder?
Hit the like and subscribe button.
Yeah, here's your lettuce.
Ring the bell.
Ring that bell, yes.
Ring the bell.
Here's your lettuce.
Get the notifications if they come.
Check out Charlie's other channels.
Yes.
Everybody here should be linked down below. If you want to see me get overly emotional, definitely check out my Wisdom's Cry channel, because I get really like emotional when I talk about spiritual issues, especially when I talk about meditation. Just wait till the meditation ones start. They're going to be jumpy as all hell, because I'm going to have to cut like moments out. Because Meditation saved my life in so many ways, but it's going to be fun. I really enjoy all that. I normally would end this with a long litany of all of the things that we need to fix, but like with some of the stuff that's been happening lately, I feel like it can be summed up with a couple phrases. Just, yeah, here's your lettuce, don't be a dick. I don't want to steal that and make that my sign-off line, but I'm not. Like, the more I'm exposed to this world, the more I feel that there are nightmare creatures out there that I cannot comprehend because they love making themselves feel superior. None of us are superior to anybody else, and the sooner we can get it through their thick skulls, the better the world will be. Everyone is equal. Everyone is different and magical in their own way. So just be kind, be compassionate. Don't be a dick, because it's been such a nightmare week. Anywho, thank you for being here. For anybody who made it all the way to the end, if you want more of me, I'm probably going to be on Jason's stream tomorrow if he does it, and I will definitely be on Tuber Tuesdays over on Allie's channel on Tuesday, and I'm really looking forward to that, hoping that, like, I don't know how much caffeine I'm going to have to drink to keep up with her, but I feel like it's going to be a lot. So
I'll be on Mia's stream tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Thank you all so much for being here. You have no idea what it means to someone like me who never thought that anyone would ever pay attention to them for anything that wasn't because I did something bad. It's weird. I'm still not used to this feeling, but thank you. Have the fun, y'all. Bye. Bye.